The first time ever any...
What are you people?
We're Americans.
We are Americans indeed. My name is Vin.
I'm sorry. The eyes over here.
Yeah, the eyes of justice. The eyes of justice and truth. We are about to watch a video that was actually produced in 2016 by the great Oliver Stone. Now, if you're in the comment section, you guys know my my mic issues are legion.
Oh, my mic was turned off, so.
So if you're in the comment section, dear listener, please let me know if you can hear me well. Type 22 if you can hear me well. Steve Schaus in the house, Mike in the house, Benmo in the house, Izzy in the house, Gutter Gods in the house.
Gutter Gods?
Yeah. Doug Johnson in the house. Okay, guys. Now look, here we go. The name of this movie is Ukraine on Fire. Sit back and relax. We're going to be here for a very, 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 very long time. We're going to be here for a long time. And the reason we're going to be here for a long time is we're going to watch this movie in its entirety together. This is a watch-along. Now, shout out to Pirate Alex who's watching us and Jimmy Dore at the same time. I always suggest people watch Jimmy Dore instead of watching us. Which is funny because the story that I broke yesterday, Jimmy Dore broke it today about Facebook. I didn't tell you this. They're allowing for calls for the death of Russian soldiers and the death of Vladimir Putin. And they're also allowing for the praise of Nazis, insofar as those Nazis are defending Ukraine, I shit you not.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Kellen Johnson's like, oh, it's not really a big deal if they're calling for the death of... If Facebook's a lot, but anyway.
Oh my gosh.
I will paste the link, the good people, the link that you sent me. We're actually going to be able to watch it live. Now, let me say a few things before we start this video. Number one.
There's much to be said.
Number one, I am pro-life. I'm a Jesus follower.
So am I.
Which means I'm against all killing, which means that I am against what Vladimir Putin did a couple weeks ago when he invaded Ukraine. Mm-hmm. I do not believe killing is good. I do not believe invading another country is good. Killing is bad. Invading people is bad. That's what I believe. I also believe that Nazism is a horrible ideology and that Americans should not be spending billions of dollars arming Nazis. Okay? So Nazism is bad for the same reason that Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine and killing people is bad, because I'm pro-life. Life is good. So anything that promotes human flourishing, I am for. Anything that destroys human flourishing, I am against. I want to make that abundantly and permanently clear. I do not believe... Now, I got to tell you, I watched the first 10 minutes of this thing, and then I decided I was going to watch it with you guys. I do not believe that there is anything in this movie that we're all about to watch together that is going to convince me that Vladimir Putin did the right thing by invading Ukraine. What I do want to say, though, is Oliver Stone is a mainstream director in Hollywood who's been making movies and winning awards for movies for longer than I've been alive. This documentary / movie was produced in the year 2016. It was up on YouTube, no problem. Recently, I believe it was yesterday or a couple days ago, Oliver Stone let us know via Twitter that YouTube took down this video.
All of a sudden.
And the justification for taking down the video was because the video contained violent content. Now listen.
Oh my gosh.
I told you guys earlier I am not a fan of war porn and death and all the rest of it. So if there are... images.
Didn't we watch the death of George Floyd on YouTube?
Correct. We did. They did allow for the slow death of George Floyd on YouTube and a bunch of other people's slow deaths. I'm not even going to talk about Chicago. Okay? I don't believe that YouTube took that down because of the violent content. I believe YouTube took it down because of the obvious triangulation between our government, our media, and our social media overlords. That's what I believe. Okay? Now, a lot of people for about a week have been telling me about this movie, and I've been like, yeah, okay, yeah. But the reason we're all going to watch it tonight, dear listener, is because they took down Oliver Stone's movie. They took it down. And as the man said, the only books worth reading are banned books. And so now we've got, this is essentially a digital book, and we had a digital book burning. So now we're all going to go around the campfire and read this together, dear listener, because I do not believe in that kind of power and control, particularly as regards information.
So we're on what forums are we on right now?
We're on Twitch and Facebook right now.
So if one of them gets shut down or whatever, you can hop on the other one, hopefully, and find us there.
Correct. And look, we're open to agreements and disagreements and all the rest of it. Okay, so that's one of the reasons I want to do this collectively instead of doing it and then doing like a 10-minute movie review or something like that. We're all gonna lock in and sit here, and we're gonna do this all together. But this whole idea that these people get to control information, I'm not part of that. Now, people usually joke around when the channel, disappears for whatever reason or whatever. They joke around and say, Vin, they're trying to shut down your channel. I told Soraya before we went live, this could potentially hurt the channel. A lot of you have already told us that you're not getting notifications and things of that nature. All I can tell you is unsubscribe, subscribe again, and hit the bell again. That kind of resets it for you. Again, there's only 7,000 of us on the channel. I doubt very, very highly that we're even a blip on the radar. But, unsubscribe, resubscribe, and then hit the bell so that you can hear again. Okay? All right. Having said that, dear listener, let's begin. And I do want to say viewer discretion is advised because a few minutes that I saw were very, very, very graphic.
Oh,
I am considering opening up a Rumble account to stream from Rumble because apparently they're a free speech environment. Inshallah, because Oliver Stone basically moved it from YouTube to Rumble, and it's got like 500,000 views in 2 days. Okay. So, and again, this documentary was shot in 2016. Okay. So, do what you will with that, dear listener. They did take a lot of stuff off of YouTube or whatever, particularly as regards this particular documentary. Okay. All right. You guys don't want to hear me talk anymore. Let's do it. Like I said, if we start another Rumble channel, it'll be the same one, Middle America VIN and SORI, only we'll have it on Rumble. Maybe it's wise to do it from there. Mm-hmm. I think Jimmy's starting to stream he's simulcasting on YouTube and Rumble. It's just going to be a matter of time. But like I said, hopefully the competition from outlets like Rumble will force YouTube and the other guys to honor the concept of free speech and the free flow of information. All I can tell you is I'm an American. I wasn't born in this country, but I'm an American. And anytime I see any group of people trying to control what I see, what I read, the music I listen to, and what I think, I'm automatically going to have a problem with it, dear listener. I was a middle child. I don't like authoritarianism. Yeah,
it's funny because usually the political stuff doesn't necessarily draw my attention. But when I was scrolling through Facebook, I saw like, yo, YouTube banned this. And then I was looking at it. Vinny had just gotten out of the sauna. And I was like, hey, did you see this? YouTube banned this. He was like, yeah, I'm all over it. We're going to be watching it.
Yeah.
So that really piqued my interest in it. What is it that they're trying to hold back from us?
Shout out to Al Nabiyan. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah. All right, let's go. Another way.
Here in Kiev in recent days, the Maidan, or Independence Square, has turned into a full-scale war zone.
More clashes in Ukraine's capital, Kiev. There is absolutely no doubt
Oh my
that
gosh.
psychers are working here. I've counted 10 bodies.
Мы и сегодня не знаем, кто стрелял в людей. Это проблема.
Now on the brink of a civil war. At least 70 dead so far, and the death toll rising.
Эти технологии, еще раз говорю, от них не застраховано ни одно государство.
What we saw here today was a revolution.
Хотите узнать, что происходило на Украине?
We've invested over $5 billion to assist Ukraine in these and other goals.
Вы знаете,
Chevron donated $5 billion to assist Ukraine. Maybe that's just a trailer, we'll see. But if that was Chevron, are we to believe, dear listener, that Chevron did that out of the kindness of their own heart and for the sake of humanity? Maybe there's a gas, fuel, energy motivation there. I don't know. Let's keep watching.
в большой политике, о чем бы ни говорили, все равно будут говорить о деньгах.
NATO has expanded into 13
That's Oliver
countries,
Stone.
up to the borders of Russia. 13 countries.
That's 14 now, Mr. Stone. But again, we are told that NATO expansion has nothing to do with anything. We continue.
The focus has to be on not allowing this crisis to turn into hot war between Ukraine and Russia.
Holy shit. The focus has to be to not allow this to turn into a hot war between Ukraine and Russia. Remember, this was in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
So Cold War is kind of like a hot war is what we're seeing right now. All these people kept saying the same fucking thing, guys. Unbelievable. That's a howitzer.
Эта тема очень опасная. Это тема войны. Сегодня спокойно никто не должен себя чувствовать.
Okay, we don't need to see this.
It's an ancient and proud land.
Let's see the naked
with
lady.
A rich history.
Sorry, fellas. We didn't need to see the naked lady.
I was like, what does this have to do with anything?
Huh?
I was like, what does this have to do with anything?
I think it was like represent because it was this beautiful naked lady on fire, and the name of the thing is Ukraine on Fire. So it's this beautiful land that's on fire. It's very artistic. I mean, it's Oliver Stone.
Okay.
I thought when I first saw it, I was like, oh, it's kind of brilliant. I get the art in it, but I'm also doing our best to not give YouTube any excuse.
Heroism and sacrifice. Ukraine is a borderland, a place where East meets West. This is the flag of Ukraine. The blue represents the sky. The gold, its seemingly endless fields of wheat.
That's beautiful.
Ukraine is a prize many have sought.
I gotta say, Ukraine's flags, especially when they're like doing parades and shit, is some of the most beautiful. It's just a beautiful color scheme to me. It's very aesthetically pleasing. It has nothing to do with anything, but I really love Ukraine's flag. We continue.
And much blood has spilled in the quest to possess it. Ukraine has been the pathway for Western powers as they attempted to conquer the East. In World War I and World War II. And every time, the Ukrainian people ended up paying the highest price for these grand games of power.
The Ukrainian people every time have paid the price for the grand games of power. Like the kindergarten teacher. I didn't tell you about this yesterday either. I didn't want to upset you. Or maybe I did tell you this. There is a kindergarten teacher, supposedly. Now, I haven't seen the Ukrainian government, because this thing cycled. The Ukrainian government hasn't said anything contrary to this that disproves this to my knowledge. But there was a scene yesterday where a group of Ukrainian kindergarten teachers were arguing with Ukrainian soldiers because they had howitzers, these very, very big guns, basically, by the school. And the teacher was saying, get them out of here. And she kept saying, they're going to respond, namely the Russians. This is a common tactic that's used by Hezbollah, Hamas, all the rest of these people. They'll stack an RPG in their weapons caches in a mosque, and then you send a bunker buster or AC-130 to light it up, and then they go, look at the Americans, they don't have any respect for the Masajid. Blah, 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 blah. So the kindergarten teacher's like, what the fuck are you doing? Get the howitzers out of here. And the soldiers were arguing back and forth. That was the translation that we saw. And to this moment, I haven't seen anything that has contradicted it. But again, it is always the people that suffer. That's why I started this with my soliloquy about I hate war, I am pro-life, so I am against everything that Putin did. I'm also against us arming Nazis, because it's going to be regular people who end up dead. And Nazis are not very moral people, and I would not put it past Nazi motherfuckers to set up their howitzers and weapons caches in residential areas so they can have a double whammy. One is they can kill a bunch of Russians on their side, and two is when they get blown to smithereens, they can go parade the dead bodies of Russian children and say, of Ukrainian children, and say, look what the Russians did. We continue.
History doesn't repeat, but it surely rhymes, said Mark Twain. If one looks closely at the history of Ukraine, one will notice many rhymes.
Okay, Clown is saying they aren't Nazis, it's bullshit news crap. Okay, well, notice, Clown and Lily, when I made a distinction between the military folks who were doing unconscionable evil things like setting up howitzers by schools and the Ukrainian school teacher. There's a difference between the Ukrainian kindergarten teacher and her students and Nazis who are indisputably ubiquitous in their military, as we've demonstrated throughout. We continue.
Being surrounded by stronger powers, Ukraine has needed a lot of cunning to survive, and the art they truly mastered with time is the art of changing sides.
Survival.
In the middle of the 17th century, Ukrainian leader Bogdan Khmelnytsky broke a truce agreement made with Poland, siding with more powerful Russia. Just over 50 years later, as the Russian-Swedish War was raging, another Ukrainian leader, Ivan Mazepa, broke the union with Russia when he switched sides, joining forces with the Swedish invaders. Many times, Ukrainian history was written by third parties. Seeking to keep the gains of a revolution at any cost, Russia agreed to the humiliating conditions of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty of 1918, which turned Ukraine into a German protectorate. Another historical document that changed the fate of Ukraine was the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 1939, one of many such agreements being signed between European countries and rising Germany. Attempting to protect his nation from the approaching Nazi threat, Joseph Stalin negotiated a treaty of non-aggression with Adolf Hitler. While promising each other peace, the Soviet and German foreign ministers Molotov and Ribbentrop realigned the map of Eastern Europe, splitting it into German and Soviet spheres of influence. No sooner had the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact been signed than Poland was split. And in September of 1939, Eastern Poland awoke to be Western Ukraine and a part of the family of Soviet republics and the USSR.
That shit is just crazy to me. That these people outside of your country can go, yep, divide up. Hey guys, you guys are... It's just weird, man.
Yeah.
Very strange.
But even this bold dividing of lands and nations only delayed the inevitable. Germany broke its promise to the USSR. On June 22, 1941, Germany invaded the USSR, launching Barbarossa, the largest military operation in world history. Barbarossa was aiming for St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Kiev, Ukraine.
Wow.
3 destinations of major significance. Ukraine, with its rich lands and resources, was an important industrial and economic source for the USSR. To cut it off from the Soviet Union would strike a big blow indeed. For most of the Soviet Union, the Second World War was about fighting the invaders of their land. But it wasn't quite so simple for Ukraine. The truth is, Ukraine has never been a united country. When World War II broke out, a large part of Western Ukraine's population welcomed the German soldiers as liberators from the recently forced upon them Soviet rule.
Symbol.
Yeah, that's a symbol. Although that's understandable that they would receive the Germans that way. What year was that?
Big blow indeed. For most of the Soviet Union.
Okay, clown, if you don't believe that these people are Nazis, just keep watching. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for disagreeing. I don't think you're I don't think you're a troll. I don't think you're anything like that. You're speaking your mind, which is what Middle America is about. I just encourage you to keep watching, and then, maybe you'll adjust your position or you'll adjust our position.
The Second World War was about fighting the invaders of their land. But it wasn't quite so simple for Ukraine. The truth is, Ukraine has never been a united country. When World War II broke out, a large part of Western Ukraine's population welcomed the German soldiers.
Okay, so 1941, a large part of them welcomed German soldiers. Because again, what do you call it? The Russians had been there, and there's a ton of war basically between Russia and Germany, and so that makes a lot of sense. The Holocaust Memorial Yad Vashem was already being planned in 1942. So the Holocaust, the date most... Okay, sorry guys. The date most frequently associated with the start of the Holocaust is 30 January 1933. So the Holocaust was 8 years already in motion when this happened. Now, I don't know if the how much the Ukrainian people in the West knew what Germany was doing to its Jewish populace. I don't know that. Okay, so I think there's a difference between saying they embraced the Germans and they became Nazis at that point. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
As liberators from the recently forced upon them Soviet rule, and openly collaborated with the Germans. The real scale of collaboration was not announced for many years after the war, but we now know that whole divisions and battalions were formed by Ukrainian collaborators, such as SS Galician, Nachtigall, and Roland battalions.
Okay, I was wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the fucking SS right there. I mean...
Just in the beginning of the war, more than 80,000 people from Galician region voluntarily enrolled into Division SS Galician in a month and a half, notorious for their extreme cruelty towards the Polish, Jewish, and Russian people on the territory of Ukraine.
And they're acting like Nazis. The Polish,
the
Jews, and the Russians.
Yeah.
I understand the antipathy toward the Russians, but what did the Jews do? I mean, so clown, this is going into their history. These people are literal Nazis. They literally they collaborated with the SS.
So the Ukrainians did.
Yeah.
So that's what we're talking about. Okay.
80,000 of them collaborated with the SS, went after Poles, which is exactly who the Nazis went after Russians, which is understandable, and they also went after Jews. They were Nazis, bro.
Members of these military
groups
Oh, God.
came mostly from the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, got its own leader.
All right, hold on.
Founded in 1929.
I'm going to cover this thing here.
This organization had an ultimate goal of creating, in the beginning of the war,
I'm going to cover
80,000 people from Galician region voluntarily enrolled into Division SS Galician in a month and a half, notorious for their extreme cruelty towards the Polish, Jewish, and Russian people on the territory of Ukraine. Members of these military groups came mostly from the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, the OUN, founded in 1920.
Okay, so we were able to successfully kind of cover that because, again, no war porn. But Clown, we're not disputing that Stalin killed a bunch of people. What we're saying is these folks, right now what we're talking about is on the western side of Ukraine, 80,000 of those folks joined the Ukrainian version of the SS and brutalized Jews, Poles, and Russians in much the same way that the SS did. They were notorious for their cruelty. They collaborated with massacring people in brutal fashion. You said they weren't Nazis and that was Russian propaganda. What you should do is amend what you're saying and say at least at that point they absolutely were Nazis, because they were Nazis. At least on the western side.
This organization had an ultimate goal of creating an ethnically pure, independent Ukraine.
An ethnically pure, independent Ukraine. That's Nazism.
Mm-hmm.
And considered terror an acceptable tool for achieving their ends. Their official flag was black and red, land and blood.
Blut und Gordon. Remember that when they were saying blood and soil?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Blut und Gordon. That's blood and soil. So the Blut is the black. I mean the red, and the Gordon would be the black.
Ugh.
Will remain in Ukraine's history long after the OUN will cease to exist. In early 1940, the most radical nationalistic part of the organization.
Okay, so that red flag.
Organization
Jesus.
of Ukrainian Nationalists, the OUN, founded in 1929.
That red flag represents the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, and these guys were race purists and Nazis.
This organization had an ultimate goal of creating an ethnically pure, independent Ukraine, and considered terror an acceptable tool for achieving their ends. Their official flag was black and red, land and blood. It will remain in Ukraine's history long after the OUN.
See right there? That's a modern picture.
Yeah.
See, Clown said, oh, this was like 100 years ago.
Yeah, that's not 100 years ago.
That's a modern picture, still rocking the Blut und Gordon, the blood and soil flag, man. That's not...
Sir Justin Lee said.
Okay.
Maybe you should flip it and make that small.
In early 1940, the most radical nationalistic part of the
you can kind of pull it
Organization
off
of
if you
Ukrainian
need to, right?
Nationalists got its own leader, Stepan Bandera.
Oh, this guy's an evil
severely
motherfucker.
anti-Semitic and anti-communist. He proclaimed an independent Ukraine in 1941. His German allies frowned upon such an act of self-will, and it landed him in prison for nearly all the Second World War. Not participating...
Okay, can you just tell me what you said? I'm so worried about what I'm about to see.
Yeah, Stepan Bandera.
Okay, so what happened?
Stepan Bandera, he was a nationalist, and he just declared a completely free and autonomous Ukraine. So the Nazis are like, yo, chill, bro. That's a little bit too far. Mm-hmm. Because we're Germany, so you need to be a vassal state. So they basically put him in a concentration camp. And
because he tried to say that Ukraine was free?
Yeah, but yeah.
But Ukraine had signed that like treaty thing or whatever with Germany. Is that what had happened?
Well, the Germans didn't want them to have complete autonomy. They were trying to take over the world. So they're like, wait a second. So they put Banderas in jail. There's a little statue of him in Ukraine there. He's a bad motherfucker. Look, he got the glasses on, it looks like.
In the events physically, Bandera still managed to successfully spread his ideology.
Jesus.
Many independent historians estimate that the OUN militia exterminated from 150 to 200,000 Jews on Ukrainian territory.
Okay, so the OUN is they're represented by the red and black flag, and there are estimates that they slaughtered 150 to 200,000 Jews. Is that what they said?
I didn't catch the number.
He proclaimed an independent Ukraine in 1941. His German allies frowned upon such an act of self-will, and it landed him in prison for nearly all the Second World War. Not participating in the events physically, Bandera still managed to successfully spread his ideology. Many independent historians estimate that the OUN militia exterminated from 150 to 200,000 Jews on Ukrainian territory occupied by the Germans by the end of 1941.
Oh my God.
Okay.
He said 150 to 200 what?
1,000 Jews. Okay, so this guy, Stefan Banderas, was the ideological leader. You know, it's like the Muslim Brotherhood. There's that dude that got locked up, and he was the ideological inspiration for guys like Bin Laden and all the rest of it. And so it looks like, I think it was, Muhammad Badi or Hassan al-Banna. It was either Badi or al-Banna. I forgot which one it was, but he was in prison. They later executed him. Mm-hmm. But that guy basically became the ideological figurehead for Al-Qaeda and all these other places in the Muslim Brotherhood. He was kind of the same way. I'll also note a personal hero, Makhno, formed an anarchist army that was stopped by the communists before this. Ukraine, as many say, is a land of contrasts. Yeah, Ukraine clearly is not a united front at all in any way, shape, or form. I didn't get to report on this, but apparently, so they killed Denis Kyriev. The SBU killed Denis Kyriev, and then yesterday I heard that the special forces went and killed one of the commanders of the SBU, and both of those are Ukrainian. So there's some mini civil war, whatever.
Jeez.
Here. We continue.
The most notorious and outrageous massacre took place September 29th and 30th, 1941, in Babi Yar, Kiev. All kikes of the city of Kiev and its vicinity must appear...
Holy shit. He just said kikes. That's basically the N-word about Jews. So all kikes in the city have to...
On Monday, September 29th, by 8 o'clock in the morning. Bring documents, money, and valuables, and also warm clothing, linen, etc. Any kikes who do not follow this order and are found elsewhere will be shot.
Oh my God.
33,771 Jews were killed in this two-day operation of the Nazis and Ukrainian militia.
That's so sad. In 2 days?
Another outrageous massacre was carried out by the Ukrainian Insurgent Army and the Bandera faction of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists in German-occupied Polish Volhynia and eastern Galicia between 1943 and 1944. This genocide of Poles was led by Mykola Lebed. 35,000 to 60,000 people in Volhynia and 25 to 40,000 in eastern Galicia fell victim to this massive ethnic cleansing operation. Sensing the inevitable loss of the German troops, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists gave up on their...
There's a 25,000 number variant.
Person variant, yeah. Because... You know, mass graves,
so
all that.
Sad.
Yeah. And this Banderas guy was the, he's the ideological leader of these people.
The one that was in prison? That they have a statue for?
Yeah.
What more do we need? They still have a statue for him up?
I don't know if the statue's still up. Remember, this is 2016.
Well, as of 2016,
and
it was still up?
Yeah. As River's saying, it's because so many people were never found. Right. So your uncle goes missing. He never shows up. You can't officially count him, but you can just assume.
So bad.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people. Okay.
As Candy's saying, this is a good side according to mainstream media. Again, we make a distinction between the kindergarten teacher and the students that she's taking care of and people like this. But this is in their history. If you get a bunch of Americans who are cosplaying, walking down the street saying blood and soil, but they have never put any blood on the ground. We went crazy 4 or 5 years ago, said those people were Nazis, yada, yada, yada. These are actual people who've actually put people in the ground.
And began fighting equally against the Germans and the...
Clown, you said that they're not Nazis. That's propaganda. That's what you said. Yeah, I'll put what you said on the screen earlier. And look, I'm only saying this because you said all I could say is you have a very loose definition of Nazi. That's what you said. You were denying that these people were Nazis. You said that was propaganda and all the rest of it. And that's not true. You said they aren't Nazis, it's bullshit news crap. Now again, not all of them are Nazis, but remember that red and black flag stands for Blut und Boden, blood and soil. And as recently as 2016, that flag was still being waved. Those are Nazis. And these are not ideological Nazis. These people actually murdered people. A lot of them. I'm not talking about you, Riv. We're talking about Clown here.
Soviet forces. In January 1943,
hold on, let's rewind.
35,000 to 60,000 people in Volhynia and 25 to 40,000 in eastern Galicia fell victim to this massive ethnic cleansing operation. Sensing the inevitable loss of the German troops, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists gave up on their former ally and began fighting equally against the Germans and the Soviet forces.
Okay, Lily Bloom says, some of this stuff is unbelievable to me. Better read books if you're interested in the history of Ukraine. This video is telling only lies. There are no Nazis in Ukraine. Ukrainians were victims of Nazis themselves. Don't believe this. Okay, so Lily Bloom, thank you for participating. Are you saying that Stefan Bandera wasn't a Nazi and that these people, these Ukrainian folks, did not join and collaborate with Nazis and kill hundreds of thousands of Jewish people? Are you saying that didn't it's a genuine question. Are you saying that didn't happen? Are you saying that black and red flag doesn't represent Nazism? Is that where are you saying that's all Russia?
And thirdly, that picture that NATO put up to celebrate the women of Ukraine still had the female soldiers with a pin in the middle. That was the symbol.
Nazi rune. It was the black sun.
So that's very telling. And when they realized that was up there, they pulled the picture down.
Yeah, I just don't understand what you mean by saying that these are lies. I don't know what you mean by these are lies. Are you literally saying that Stefan Bandera was misunderstood? Was he misunderstood? Like he wasn't a Nazi at all?
In January 1943, USSR troops started pushing the Nazis back, liberating one part of Ukraine after another. Western Ukraine was the last Ukrainian region held by the Germans. Finally,
okay, you're from Germany. You know the history. Okay, this is about Ukraine though. But be that as it may, can you answer my question about Stefan Bandera? Is he being unfairly portrayed in this documentary? Was he really not a Nazi race purist who advocated for the deaths of Jews? And there were not Nazi collaborators in Ukraine? Is that what you're saying? These are yes or no questions that I'd like to know.
Being liberated in October of 1944. Bandera's bands continued to wage their guerrilla war against the Soviet regime, carrying out bloody raids on Ukrainian villages and towns, and leaving behind chaos and casualties. This war went on until the middle of the 1950s, when the last collaborators were either detained or fled the country.
Okay, collaborators are Ukrainian militarists who were working or collaborating with Nazis.
On May 7, 1945, Germany unconditionally surrendered to the Allies.
Now, hold on. I think we missed a part here where the Ukrainians switched sides again and fought against the Nazis. So I want to make sure that we're looking at this properly. Clown says, there are different forms of Nazism. I'll say European countries had a slightly different view from the Nazism. I don't understand what you're saying, brother. Are you? It seems like the same form of Nazism to me. It's we're pure, and we're going to annihilate anybody who isn't pure, particularly Jews. I don't know what you mean by that. But I want to rewind and make sure, because I want to give the Ukrainians credit, because I think the guy said that they switched sides and fought against the Nazis toward the end. Let me just see here.
The Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists gave up on their former ally and began fighting equally against the Germans and the Soviet forces.
Okay, so they gave up on their former ally Germany and fought equally against the Germans than the Soviets. Okay, so they switched sides toward the end.
In January 1943, USSR troops started pushing the Nazis back, liberating one part of Ukraine after another. Western Ukraine.
What happened to our picture, do you know?
Oh, I'm not looking at it because I don't want to see anymore.
Yeah, our picture got blacked out though. Hold on, guys. We're back. We're coming back. Don't worry. Did something get knocked or something?
I don't see how it could have. She didn't touch anything. But obviously something did, so let's see. Oh my god, it's so sickening.
You okay?
I feel sick, but I mean, it's pretty horrific.
Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay, guys, looks like we're back.
It's a lot of people.
So all the conspiracy folks, don't worry. YouTube hasn't shut us down, okay?
Not yet.
So here's what we got so far, guys. So Ukraine has kind of been caught in the middle between Germany and Russia. That happened in World War I. The Russians apparently had pretty much ruled the roost at that point. And then World War II came around, and Germany was viewed basically as a chance for the Ukrainians to have liberation. And on the western side, at least, of Ukraine, the Ukrainians began to collaborate with the Nazis in a literal fashion. One of these guys was named Stefan Bandera, and they ended up killing hundreds of thousands of Jews, Poles, and Russians. Now, them killing a bunch of Russians during World War II, to me, I'm not going to say it's fair game to target civilians, but I understand it, and they're at war. I get it. But killing all those Jews, hundreds of thousands of Jews, reflects the Nazi ideology. Toward the end of World War II, they saw that the Germans were losing, so they switched sides and formally fought against the Germans and the Russians simultaneously, which you got to give them a head nod for that. But Banderas and his crew...
So, Banderas and his crew, are they the same ones that told all of, Jews, calling them Jews, but in a horrible way,
right,
said for them all to come and bring their belongings, and if they didn't go there, they were going to be shot, and then they were exterminated?
Yeah, that was... yeah, correct.
That's not just regular...
That was the OU, yeah. And that flag is represented by a red and black flag, which stands for Blood and Soil, which is that's a Nazi slogan. That is used to this day by Nazis and neo-Nazis. We've been trying to stay away from the freaking God Almighty help us with the freaking
inevitable 44. Bandera's bands continued to wage their guerrilla war against the Soviet regime, carrying out bloody raids on Ukrainian villages and towns, and leaving behind chaos and casualties. This war went on until the middle of the 1950s, when the last collaborators were either detained or fled the country.
Okay, that's where we ended up.
On May 7, 1945, Germany unconditionally surrendered to the
Thank God.
Allies. Ukraine remained a part of the Soviet Union. The peace after the Second World War was short-lived. The United States and the Soviet Union, nations who allied together
we're in good
along
shape
with
now.
England to defeat the Nazis, tragically became foes as the Cold War began. The era of political and military tension between the U.S. and the USSR lasted for nearly 45 years, keeping humanity under the constant threat of nuclear war. In this battle, the United States never lost sight of Ukraine's importance. U.S. intelligence kept a close eye on Ukrainian nationalist organizations as a possible source of counterintelligence against the Soviet Union. CIA documents that just recently have been declassified show strong ties between U.S. intelligence and Ukrainian nationalists since 1946. From the CIA agency report, it is clear that they were not mistaken about the nature of Ukrainian nationalist organizations or their leader, Stepan Bandera himself. According to an OSS report of September 1945, Bandera had earned a fierce reputation for conducting a reign of terror during World War II. After the Second World War, Bandera and other Ukrainian Nazi leaders fled to Europe, where the CIA helped them hide.
That's Operation Paperclip. We had a lot of Nazis that we were protecting. Some of them we brought over here.
Why?
Some of them were really brilliant
the
engineers.
Doctors and
they were very brilliant engineers, and we were in Cold War with Russia. We wanted the supremacy, among other things.
CIA later informed the Immigration and Naturalization Service that it had concealed Stefan Bandera and other.
Luckily, the Soviet attempt to locate these anti-Soviet Ukrainians was sabotaged by a few far-sighted Americans who warned the persons concerned to go into hiding. The agency cited the Ukrainian resistance movement struggle against the Soviets and believed that the main activities of the OUN in Ukraine cannot be considered detrimental to the United States. By 1951, this is from the document Cold War Allies. By 1951, the agency excused the illegal activities of OUN security branch in the name of Cold War necessity. So the OUN was the branch, Stefan Bandera's branch, who was doing that reign of terror. Mm-hmm. And our guys were bragging about protecting them from the Soviets because we hopped from one bad guy. So the Nazis were the bad guy. And then once the Nazis were over, then the next bad guy were the Soviets. And so now we can hide Nazis. We can protect Nazis because we want to beat the Russians. That's 1951, guys. That was the strategy. Was we're going to hide and we're going to protect Nazis. We're going to tip them off so they don't face justice because we're at war with Russians or the Soviets. Is any of that sounding familiar to you?
Ukrainians from the Soviets. The operations involving Ukrainians continued for many years. The Nuremberg trial.
Okay, so Justin is saying PBS interviewed a Ukrainian mayor of Kontop, and he had a Stefan Bandera portrait on his wall behind him in the interview. Okay, so wow. I'm going to look for that to validate that, but I keep getting told that there's not a Nazi problem in Ukraine.
Of 1945 and 1946 brought the political, economic, and military leaders of fascist Germany to justice and revealed to the world the monstrous face of Nazism and the crimes they committed. But the Ukrainian Nazis were spared the same fate, and some were even granted indulgences by the CIA. By 1954, the agency excused the illegal activities of the OUN.
I'm sorry?
They were indulgences?
They basically looked the other way, didn't bring them to justice, the Nuremberg trials,
Unbelievable.
security branch in the name of Cold War necessity. In 1949, Mykola Lebed, the man responsible for the massacres in Volhynia, was moved to the United States, where he died in 1989 without ever being investigated or pursued as a war.
Okay, I think I actually have it right here. Here is a picture. You guys know that I do my best to validate things. Okay. This is again.
Is that the picture, the original picture?
That's Stefan Bandera. This is again one of those crazy situations where this shit is so ubiquitous that I am sure PBS didn't want to do this. But there's the mayor, Artem Semenekin, whatever his name is. I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing it properly. But there's Bandera right there in the back.
You should put that picture up.
I mean, yeah, I'll put that picture up, but that is Bandera.
Oh, look, here's a clearer one right there.
Yeah. Somebody caught it on the PBS interview. And again, do I think PBS? I think PBS would have said, hey, man, get that Bandera picture down. But I don't think they knew. This is just like NATO. Remember when NATO had, what do you call it? NATO had, let's see if I can just drag. Yeah, I can. Look at that. All right, guys, there it is. There's Bandera in the back there. And that's the mayor in the PBS interview. So PBS tried to fade the picture after the fact, I'm assuming. I think they would have told him, dude, you need to take that down. I really believe that PBS would have done that. I think somebody said, holy shit, this guy's got Bandera in the back. That's the mayor. That's the mayor.
I don't know. Blaster Master said.
That mayor is openly a Nazi as well, with connections to the right sector, I believe. I don't know what the rights.
Unbelievable.
I mean, I don't know what year this is. What year is this? March 3rd, 2022! That was 8 days ago! What the fuck? Let's just continue.
Unbelievable.
The mayor thanked America for sending him guns.
The CIA moved to protect Ukrainian nationalist leader Mykola Lebed from criminal investigation by the Immigration and Naturalization Service in 1952. Perhaps Bandera lost his use to the U.S., or maybe KGB agents outsmarted the CIA.
I agree. It's actually a common filmmaking strategy to focus on the foreground. Yeah, I've got that sitting on my iPhone. That's the portrait setting, where you've got the
yeah. I mean, but
the back is blurred out.
I mean, it still doesn't mean anything whether they tried to blur it out on purpose. I don't think that they necessarily would have, because had they realized what it was, they should have had him take it off the wall. But the fact that they didn't,
I don't think they didn't
realize it.
Yeah. It's just like with NATO when they put the girl up with the black sun rune thing,
right?
And then people were like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
And they pulled it down.
That's a sign of ubiquity, dear listener.
Right.
When you got these organizations that are trying to do these puff pieces, and you keep running into these Nazis. God help us.
But in 1959, Stepan Bandera, the leader of the Ukrainian nationalists, was killed in Munich, where he was hiding under the name of Stefan Popel.
Okay, he was killed in Munich. Okay, so Banderas got killed in Munich, which I'm assuming that was the Mossad did that, because the Mossad went on these revenge missions to find these.
I don't know who the Mossad is.
That's a Israeli agent.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're.
Well, that makes sense then.
Very brilliant. Okay, now Blaster's saying the right sector is an openly Nazi military battalion similar to Azov. Everyone knows Azov because of their infamous reputation. Oh, okay. So the right sector is. He's saying they're another Azov battalion. I haven't been able to confirm that, but okay. You have to hear that mayor brag about killing Russians with U.S. weapons. I'm sure I'm going to hear about it on Facebook, because Facebook has green-lighted all violent rhetoric and propaganda against Russia. So we'll hear about it, I'm sure, inshallah.
It would be fair to say...
Okay. So Nick says, notice the commie stone doesn't mention why the Ukrainian Holocaust, the Holodomor. Did the Jews that they massacred were the reason for that? The Jews were the ones that did that? Okay, so let me look. Okay, so the Jews that they okay, let's check it, because we gotta be completely fair here.
I don't understand what he was saying.
He's saying that the reason for the Ukrainian Holocaust, he says, notice Commie Stone doesn't mention why the Ukrainian Holocaust, the Holodomor. So I just Googled it. The Holodomor is a man-made famine that convulsed the Soviet Republic of Ukraine from 1932 to 1933. Nix, those massacres of Jews and Poles happened in 1941 to 1943, 10 years later. It was part of a broader Soviet famine, 1931 through 34, that also caused mass starvation in the grain-growing regions of the Soviet Russia and Kazakhstan. The Ukrainian famine, however, was made deadlier by a series of political decrees and decisions that were aimed mostly or only at Ukraine. In acknowledgement of the scale, the famine of 1932-33 is often called the Holodomor, as a term derived from the Ukrainian words for hunger, holod, and extermination, more. Okay, so yeah, but how does that? What does that have to do with the Jews that they exterminated?
Mm-hmm.
The origins of the famine. Okay, so causes of the famine. The origins of the famine lay in the. The origins of the famine lay in the decision by Soviet leader Joseph Stalin to collectivize agriculture in 1929. Teams of Communist Party agitators forced peasants to relinquish their land, personal property, and sometimes housing to collective farms, and they deported so-called kulaks, wealthier peasants, as well as any peasants who resisted collectivization altogether. Collectivization led to a drop in production, the disorganization of the rural economy, and food shortages. It also sparked a series of peasant rebellions, including armed uprising in some parts of Ukraine. Again, I understand that, but how does that work to justify killing 100,000 Jews?
10 years later.
10 years later. Okay. Jewish Bolsheviks helped perpetrate the Holodomor. So that justifies. First of all, I'm gonna have to
fact check that.
Fact check that. All I'm seeing here is that the Bolsheviks, an independent government, had been declared in June 1917 in the wake of the February Revolution, but was dismantled after the Bolsheviks conquered Ukrainian territory. What do you mean by Bolsheviks? How do you know that it was specifically Jewish Bolsheviks? What sources can I see to isolate this to Jewish people? And furthermore, there's a 10-year gap. This sounds a lot to me like the Jews are responsible for what happened in Germany, so we're going to liquidate all of Germany. That justifies the Holocaust. This sounds like what you're saying to me. It sounds like Nazi rhetoric to me. Here's River is saying, Jewish Bolshevism is literally a Nazi dog whistle. Well, I didn't want to go there with him. That's why I said it sounds like that to me. And then here's Clown saying the Jews started the whole commie thing. That sounds that look. Now this stuff is coming out of the woodwork, and now I can see why certain groups of people don't have a problem with us arming Nazis. But I'm allowing these comments, and I'm interacting with these folks because I think that that's very, very, very important for people to see. Somebody made the comment, "Oh, this was 100 years ago." The mentalities are all the same, and I'm not going to ban people for exposing themselves. Okay, what we're talking about is Bandera and the rest of those boys liquidated 150 to 300,000 Jews as well as Poles, as well as Russians, who were civilians who could not defend themselves in reaction to a famine that was begun by Joseph Stalin 10 years prior. Okay? So do what you will with that. Now, Clown, yeah, we read what the Holodomor was. We read that in detail from Encyclopedia Britannica, but it in no way, shape, or form comes anywhere close to justifying what happened to those Jewish people. That, to me, is simply same old typical Nazi aggression. We're having a bad situation. Oh, look, we signed this horrible treaty after World War I. We're going to blame the entire situation on Jews. Mm-hmm. And we're gonna ventilate all our frustration for our troubles on Jewish people and liquidate 6 million of them. And then on the Ukrainian side, Stalin did this. He initiated this. We're gonna take all our frustration and pain out on the Jews and completely liquidate them and take all their property. This is now 2022, and we still have people talking like this. No, you're not a Nazi because you're German. I didn't even say you were a Nazi, sister. You told me there were no Nazis in Ukraine. We continue. I did ask you a question, though. I did ask you a question about Stefan Bandera. Is this video portraying Bandera properly or not? Was he a Nazi? Was he the main Nazi ideologist over there, ideologue over there in Ukraine? And did his group, the OUN, massacre and brutally murder and steal from hundreds of thousands of defenseless Jewish men, women, and children? Is that true or false?
Bandera became a major symbol of Ukrainian nationalism by sheer chance, for he was neither its only leader nor its most powerful one. Dmytro Dontsov was the father of the far-right totalitarian doctrine in Ukraine. Andriy Melnik was the leader of another faction of the OUN. Roman Shuhevich was a general of the Ukrainian insurgent army, and others contributed greatly to the movement. Bandera's dangerous ideology, suppressed by the communist authorities, but supported by external forces.
Okay, so as recently as 2016, that statue was up.
Never really died. The seeds of Ukrainian nationalism were passed from generation to generation. Unfortunately, it was just a matter of time before they would once again blossom. In 1954, Ukraine's territory was expanded even more when Nikita Khrushchev, the leader of the USSR and a Ukrainian himself, generously gave the Crimean region to Ukraine. Historians would argue about the legitimacy of this transfer for many years to come, and 60 years after Khrushchev's gift, dramatic new events would take place in Crimea.
So Russia, the Russian president, who was himself Ukrainian, just gave Crimea to Ukraine?
Unfortunately, it was just a matter of time before they would once again blossom. In 1954, Ukraine's territory was expanded even more when Nikita Khrushchev, the leader of the USSR and a Ukrainian himself, generously gave the Crimean region to Ukraine. Historians would argue about the legitimacy of this transfer.
Okay, okay. So it was part of USSR. USSR is in trouble. He gives Crimea to Ukraine. Okay. Of course, Bandera is a Nazi. That's a fact. But don't judge Ukraine today. Yeah, but as recently as 2016, they had a statue honoring Bandera, and as recently as 8 days ago, one of the mayors had a portrait of Bandera behind him. Sis, so I don't know. I gotta judge that.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the mayor knew who Bandera was and what he stood for, right?
For many years to come, and 60 years after Khrushchev's gift, dramatic new events would take place in Crimea.
The eyes of the world are on Ukraine as the crisis in Crimea continues.
Dozens of heavily armed men seized government buildings in Crimea.
Should Ukraine just shrug its shoulders and say, okay, Crimea, it's lost?
And the old arguments would heat up once again.
Okay, so, okay. So, this is really interesting because one of Putin's new demands for peace is give us back Crimea.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's got 4, stop your military operations, give us back Crimea, recognize Donbass as an independent state, and amend your constitution to cement neutrality, meaning you're not going into NATO. So, but that wasn't...
Stuff sounds fair.
That wasn't his demand before, but it is now. Here's Oliver Stone. Come on. There you go. Although the U.S. has many wars of aggression on its conscience, it doesn't justify Putin's aggression in Ukraine. A dozen wrongs doesn't make a right. Russia was wrong to invade. Oliver Stone. Okay? So Oliver Stone is saying the same thing I said at the beginning of this. Russia is wrong to invade, and obviously on top of that, Russia is wrong to kill people. That's the obvious implication. And even though this place is flooded with Nazis, I still don't believe that he should have done that. He should have fought for a more peaceful solution to this problem. But that's because I'm imposing my Christian worldview on him. Well, specifically my New Testament worldview on him, which is radical pacifism, as in non-violence, as in non-killing.
Right.
Al Nabyan is saying the famine started before World War I when UK was at war with the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire. It was called the famine of 1917 to 1919 in Iran. Half the population was starved to death by the Brits, subhanAllah.
Oh my God.
It's just important to note that the same person who made this documentary also said 100%.
The Cold War would heat up and cool down by turns, while both rivals were obsessively building up military capacity. The turning point took place when the new era, Perestroika, came to the USSR with its new leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, in the middle of the 1980s. Perestroika meant restructuring towards liberalization and democratization. It certainly had a positive impact on the international situation.
Astonishing news from East Germany, where the East German authorities have said, in essence, that the Berlin Wall doesn't mean anything anymore.
I just Googled it. Blaster Master's right. They still have streets named after Stefan Bandera.
Oh. Okay.
I mean.
But inside the USSR, the weakening of Kremlin control had different consequences. In Ukraine, a nationalistic political organization, Narodny Ruch, or People's Movement, emerged in 1989 due to this new openness. They advocated for independence of Ukraine from the USSR and became an incubator for leaders of Ukrainian neo-Nazism. In 1991, one of them, Oleg Tyagnybok, founded Svoboda, an openly radical nationalist party preaching the good old principles of Bandera.
Wow! There it is.
Another vermin.
Purge Ukraine from the Jews and Russians. Ukraine for Ukraine.
There's the red and black flag. There he is again.
Ukrainians, and so on. His statements got him 5th place in the Simon Wiesenthal Center Top 10 Anti-Semitic World Leader Rankings of 2012.
Whoa!
But also, sadly, attracted...
Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes? Remember all right, that might be a coincidence. We can tell. I'll ask me after the fact. I'll tell you later. I'm reading too much into it.
Numerous followers.
Oh my God!
Dmitry Yarosh founded another extreme right organization, Trizu, or Trident, in 1994. In April 2013, Yarosh became an assistant to a member of parliament from the opposition party Udar. Later that same year, he would become the leader of the most radical Ukrainian Nazi group, the Right Sector. Andrei Parubey.
Okay, so the right sector is what the guy had mentioned earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
Jeez. Oh, man. Oh, there's a bunch of killing and stuff, but that kick hits you different, right? It's so fucking horrible, man. Okay, so Ukraine is a lot more nationalist than I thought. I admit I didn't realize. I have no problem with that. Okay, fair. Nix. I just read to you that it was an organized man-made famine, and we absolutely all agree it was absolutely a fucking genocide and a horrible thing to do. But the originator was Stalin and his folks, and to use that in any way, shape, or form to justify or even explain the massacre of hundreds of thousands of Jewish men, women, and children is, to me, very similar to Nazis in Germany using the Treaty of Versailles and all the horrible eventualities and exigencies that created for regular German people, to use that to justify or even explain the massacre of Jews.
Numerous followers. Dmitry Yarosh founded another extreme right organization, Trizu, or Trident, in 1994. In April 2013, Yarosh became an assistant to a member of parliament from the opposition party Udar. Later that same year, he would become the leader of the most radical Ukrainian Nazi group, the Right Sector. Andrei Parubey would soon appear leading a whole army of ultra-nationalist warriors. And the torch marches would once again light up the streets of Ukrainian cities.
Wow.
The world drastically changed in August 1991, when the USSR de facto ceased to exist and the global political map welcomed many newcomers, Ukraine one of them. In modern history, it was the first time Ukraine was truly independent and all on its own.
Okay, what does Slava Ukraini mean? Blaster is saying it's not just Azov. This is something I also didn't know. You know, I always talk about the Azov Battalion, but there's just too many of them to even explain. And we're funding these people.
Unbelievable. $14 billion, right?
Billions and billions of dollars. Okay, that means glory to Ukraine. Okay. But is that necessarily a Nazi phrase? I could say glory to America, and I think, or like God bless America. I think there's a lot of folks in the KKK and whatever who would also say God bless America, you know, or don't tread on me. I think we had some far right white nationalists take the don't tread on me flag during the whole Tea Party era. So does Slava Ukraine automatically mean they're Nazis? I'm not sure. I don't know. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Right. But again, is that the phrase has historical Nazi connotations?
Yeah, you have to say followed by glory to heroes means, okay, then we're talking about where were their heroes? Well, it was in their wars and in their fighting and their stuff like that. So then, but they were going about with the Nazi insignia at that time. So then you'd have to say they're connected.
Yeah. I just disagree.
You disagree?
I disagree because unless I find a Nazi counterpart to that predates, whatever, but like I can see a person who's patriotic saying glory to America, glory to our heroes. Like if there was a parade for Randy Schuchart and Gary Gordon and somebody said God bless America and the troops are heroes, I wouldn't have that doesn't mean I'm a nationalist or a Nazi. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't understand your comparison. They killed tons of people.
No, I'm just talking about the specific phrase, glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes, is what I'm saying. If it originated with Bandera and his guys, fine. But what I'm saying is, if it's just a common phrase of Ukrainian people who Ukraine's always been in the middle of some crazy, whatever, I can understand that part of it. See what I'm saying?
The red flag came down over the Kremlin tonight as President Gorbachev resigned and brought to an end 7 decades of communist rule in the Soviet Union.
The years after the disintegration of the USSR became known as the Crazy 90s in all the post-Soviet territories.
He's leaving behind 15 independent states which share only a disastrous economy and an uncertain future.
After having been under a government-controlled economy, the free market dramatically changed the rules of the game.
Here we
New
go.
businesses emerged instantly, and the first oligarchs were born overnight. The former country with no class division suddenly became stratified. The chosen few became rich, while the rest had to fight to survive.
Holy shit, Putin! Right after Ukraine became an independent, the wild privatization and open robbery of state property started.
Еще более дикая приватизация и растаскивание имущества государственной собственности, понижение жизненного уровня населения сразу же после получения независимости. И причем, какие бы власти не меняли друг друга, для жизни рядового гражданина ничего не меняло. Там происходил просто систематический грабеж населения, грабеж граждан, грабеж украинского народа. И, конечно, люди уже устали от этого произвола, от этой совершенно сумасшедшей коррупции.
The people's growing discontent made Ukraine more vulnerable to outrage.
Is that woman digging through the garbage? That's horrible. See, this is the thing, man. Like, I understand the benefits, quote unquote, of free market capitalism, but why do they always create a slave class? It's a serious question.
Yep.
Like, and I'm conflicted because, I guess, we're capitalists because we have multiple, small businesses or whatever. So I'm conflicted, but why does it always create a slave class of people?
Side forces, and a new kind of warfare was launched, one not known before, the color revolutions.
Demonstrators clash with police, hundreds of thousands protesting the results of the election and calling for a new vote.
Ukraine has had 2 color revolutions.
Okay, Blaster, you should copy that and paste that again during the coup situation in 2014.
In its 24 years of independence. In 2004, crowds of people descended upon Kiev, marking the start of the Orange Revolution. At that time, Ukraine became once again a battlefield of 2 forces, the Russian and Western governments. The culmination of this conflict took place during the presidential elections in November of 2004. The 2 major candidates, Western-backed Viktor Yushchenko and Russian-leaning Viktor Yanukovych, almost equally shared the votes of Ukrainians. By the way, calling Viktor Yushchenko Western-backed is not an exaggeration. His wife, Katerina Yushchenko, is a former U.S. State Department official and worked in the White House during the Reagan administration.
There it is. I was literally waiting for it.
Shorty took one for the team, huh? Yeah, holy shit.
During the Reagan administration.
What is going on?
The division was along geographic lines. Traditionally, Russian Eastern Ukraine voted for Yanukovych, while Western Ukraine chose Yushchenko. By the announced result, Viktor Yushchenko lost to Viktor Yanukovych, but thousands of people didn't agree with it, and they came to the central square of Kiev on the 22nd of November. The situation received wide news coverage.
The country's election commission ignored reports of fraud, declaring Kremlin-backed Viktor Yanukovych the winner.
International politicians, such as former General Secretary of NATO, Javier Solana,
here we go.
became
Here's NATO.
frequent guests in Kiev, initiating negotiations between parties.
Why was a fucking NATO official? This is Blaster, Amy. Why send a NATO official? Why not a UN official?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Why a NATO official? If somebody can explain that to me, that'd be great.
Very much, and the goodwill of everybody, we will be able to overcome this difficulty.
The results of the negotiations, however, were often reached only on paper. Thus, Yushchenko never told the supporters to stop blocking government buildings in central Kiev. Therefore, these non-violent and very orange protests lasted for a month.
Okay, now why are the what is the orange? Is it like Republicans are red, Democrats are blue? So people that want Yushchenko are orange, I guess.
I didn't get that because the colors that they were putting up was, I thought, red and green, and then it started this orange thing. So I thought it was a whole new thing starting. So I'm not really the person to ask.
During which time the previous election results were annulled, marred by massive corruption, and new elections were announced. An important nuance: just 3 months before, Viktor Yushchenko became a victim to a mysterious and still unsolved poisoning. But it didn't prevent him from winning in the new election. Though, as we shall soon see, there was much more than just the people's will that led to this victory. This peaceful revolution and its leader were warmly welcomed by the international community. But the euphoria didn't last long.
Yeah, okay. He's got an orange tie, right? That's an orange tie he's wearing?
I mean, a little hard to see.
Yushchenko's government completely failed with reforms and lost its chance to establish democracy, instead descending into infighting. Viktor Yushchenko was not re-elected for a second term, but at the end of his presidency, he had the time to make one last gift to his supporters from Western Ukraine.
На завершення я хочу сказати про те, що чекали
мільйони
патріотів і багато років. Я підписав указ за незламність духу у відстоюванні національної ідеї, виявлені героїзм і самопожертву в боротьбі за незалежну українську державу. Постановляю присвоїти звання Герой України з удостоєнням ордена держави Бандері Степану Андрійовичу.
Holy shit!
Слава Україні!
So, wait a minute, he
The
said
hero.
he was granting what hero, and then...
He...
Does this go to that saying?
I mean, that goes to your point a little bit. I'm not going to lie. But...
And then they said, glory to Ukraine.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. But he just made, officially, Stefan Bandera a hero of Ukraine. And he said, millions of patriots. Are you kidding me, Johnny said. I want to say something that millions of Ukrainian patriots have been waiting for many years.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying millions of these Western Ukrainians wanted Stefan Bandera recognized as hero of Ukraine. The guy who's responsible to 150 to 300,000 dead, massacred Jewish men, women, and children. Jeez. I mean,
he's now a hero. For
he's
what?
Officially.
For what?
He's officially a hero of Ukraine.
For what?
And then they say glory to Ukraine, so...
And remember they said glory to the heroes, glory to Ukraine.
I know.
He just made him a hero.
I understand that. I still don't think that necessarily is a... that doesn't necessarily mean it's a Nazi phrase, but I hear what you're saying. In Russia, no one is allowed to say the word war. Journalists are jailed for up to 15 years for saying it. They have to say special operations. Russians don't want this war, especially the young ones. Well, I agree. I don't think anybody would want a war, especially if you're young, because you know you got to fight. I'm assuming this was his ploy to try to get reelected to pander to Nazi groups. Yeah, but in order to get reelected to pander to Nazis, you must think that there's a significant amount of Nazis.
Exactly.
If you think that's going to get you elected.
Yeah.
I keep hearing 1%, 0.5%.
Right.
If he's doing this to pander and get votes, that means he assumes something.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of Russians are being imprisoned for protesting this. Well, since Sputnik and all the other outlets in Russia are being taken off of mainstream media and social platforms, how can we know? Like, I don't doubt that that's happening, but the degree to which it's happening, I have no idea. If somebody can get me an actual news outlet from Russia that you trust, that would be great too.
Hero status of Stepan Bandera was short-lived. In 2010, Viktor Yanukovych was elected president. This time, the international community had no doubts about the legitimacy of the elections. In January 2011, Viktor Yanukovych repealed the hero title of Bandera. Almost 4 years into his presidency, though, another revolution shook Ukraine.
Okay, so Yanukovych comes up and says, hell no.
He's not a hero.
We're not doing this. Okay. Now, this is a Russian. As a Russian, this is not true. While the younger population is pro-Western and against the war, the older people are largely against Ukraine. I think that's what Lily was saying, though. Lily was saying the similar thing, that the younger people are against the war. And I'm assuming they would be the ones that would be protesting and then getting locked up.
Unfortunately, this one was anything but peaceful.
And here's Andrew. This is one of the things I was saying about. This is one of the things I was saying. Russian media outlet and trust in the same sentence. Okay? Are there American media outlets you trust? Are there Ukrainian media outlets you trust? Because as we said, Russians can only lie, and Americans can only tell the truth. I want to hear from everybody, and I want to decide for myself who's lying and who's telling the truth. I'm not going to let any media outlet or group of overlords tell me who is faithful to the truth and who isn't. And that's one of the reasons why I'm posting as much of the contrarian sort of information that folks are putting out as much as I possibly can, because I don't want people to just slavishly believe this thing either. So yeah, I don't trust any of them, but I want to hear what the Russian liars have to say in the same way that I want to hear what the American liars have to say and what the Ukrainian liars have to say. You know why? Because I think all of us collectively are smart enough to parse out what the actual truth is if we're given the opportunity. That's what I believe about us. And that's why I'm watching this in community with you guys, because I think in community we can figure this shit out. Lily disagrees with me. A bunch of people disagree with me. That's cool, but we're doing it collectively as a group. Because the lies are so ubiquitous that I think it's damn near impossible for one of us to figure out the truth. But I do think if all of us band together and analyze this and come to the table with our various knowledges, that we've got a shot at it. So I want to hear what the Russian liars have to say, just like I want to hear what the Ukrainian liars have to say, and just like I want to hear what the American liars have to say. And I hope, inshallah, the Russian liars have more respect for us than Ukrainian liars, because Ukrainian liars are playing Call of Duty and shit, and then telling us that it's shooting down a. Yeah, I didn't tell you about that.
No.
Oh yeah, at the beginning of the war, they were claiming, "Oh, we shot down a Russian fighter jet." SubhanAllah, it was literally a screen cap from Call of Duty.
Stop.
I swear to God.
What the hell?
We continue.
Mr. Yanukovych.
Holy shit, he's
I'm
on
an
again.
American. I'm an outsider to this situation, and it's very complicated. But I would like, as a filmmaker, just to jump into the action and go to those moments in November.
Hold on, Lily, do you mean to say that you don't think he'll stop with Ukraine, or that he will stop in Ukraine? Because you said, I think he will stop in Ukraine. There are more countries in danger. Did you mean to say that you don't think he'll stop in Ukraine? We continue.
2013. You're president of the Ukraine. You've been president for 3 years at this point. The country is in bad economic shape, very bad. You have a trade agreement with Russia, and now you're seeking to make a better agreement with the EU, with the European Union, and you are negotiating. Can you bring me to that moment and what you're thinking?
Действительно, это был очень сложный период времени для Украины, и нам нужно было найти решение проблем в 2013 году. Поэтому у нас было два партнера. Прежде всего, мы рассчитывали на Международный валютный фонд. Но Международный валютный фонд на протяжении года, когда мы вели переговоры, нам предлагал неприемлемые для нас варианты решений. Значительное поднятие тарифов для населения, прежде всего на энергоносители и на газ, то есть значительный рост расходов населения, при том, что доходы оставались прежние.
There it is. There it is. So the International Monetary Fund was basically, GM, we're going to increase your prices here and here and here, but that we're not going to overcompensate to balance it out for you. So basically, regular Ukrainians would be screwed. Mm-hmm. So he's saying we didn't go there. He can't accept that.
Right.
Okay.
На это не пошли. Мы предложили другие варианты решения вопросов. Мы получили официальный отказ Международного валютного фонда в ноябре 2013 года. Оставалась Россия. Россия нам сказала, что мы готовы с вами работать как партнеры, если вы учтете наши интересы.
Того, что экономика Украины и России зарождалась как единая экономика, сложились абсолютно уникальные, особые экономические отношения. Рынки в России были полностью открыты для украинских товаров, а при этом наши границы с Украиной таможенные полностью раскрыты. Таким образом, Евросоюз как бы заходил со всеми своими товарами на нашу территорию без всяких переговоров.
И когда мы начали считать балансы, мы увидели, что соглашение, которое подготовлено Европой для Украины, требует больших экономических расходов, компенсаций потерь, а Европа компенсаций не предлагает. При том, что российский рынок при этом для Украины частично сокращался или прокрывался.
Сказали, конечно, если Украина решила так поступить, это ее выбор, и мы уважаем этот выбор. Но мы не должны этот выбор оплачивать.
Наши переговоры с Европой не увенчались успехом. Поэтому на этом...
Damn. Okay, so if they would have went with... So they went to the IMF. IMF gave them an impossible decision. He said no.
Right.
Then he goes to Russia, and Putin says, okay, we can work something out, but you gotta cut out the Europeans, because if you have a deal with us and the Europeans, then the Europeans are just going to come in. They're going to be able to take advantage of everything. They have no expenses. Meanwhile, we're funding you guys.
Oh.
We're not going to pay for it. So if you work with the Europeans, we're out. Mm-hmm. And he's saying, hey, if you want to do that, go for it, but we're not going to fit the bill. I don't know about that, though, because he has been constantly against them going westward, at least on the military. I mean, I don't know. On the trade side with Europe, he could probably be a little bit more pacifistic than being as violent as he was when he was talking about NATO. He mentioned NATO 40 times in that speech. I don't think he mentioned the EU. So maybe his posture is how he presented it to those folks. But basically what he's saying is, if you guys partner with us and Europe at the same time, we're out, because the Europeans are going to come, and we can't compete with them.
Right, because they don't have to pay for the expenses of trade or something like that. What did he say?
Well, yeah, they won't, because you have a partnership with Europe. So now that they're partners, they could freely trade. And the European Union is so much bigger as far as what they could do economically than, yeah.
Can you pass me the tissues? Thank you.
So basically, you can't double dip. Basically,
yeah.
So he says we decided to take a pause.
Okay.
And they didn't hook up with the Europeans.
Мы предложили сделать паузу.
Violent clashes erupted in the Ukrainian capital Kiev as more than 100,000 people protested against a government decision to delay an association deal with the EU.
Vitaly, you were Minister of Interior Affairs for the Ukraine during this period,
Kiev
and you were Chief of Police, essentially, of the country.
Kiev is the capital of Ukraine.
Okay, so the people were protesting, not working with Russia?
Not working with Europe, because they put a pause on the Europe thing.
Oh, they put a pause. Oh, okay.
So they started protesting.
Okay.
Ukraine was supposed to be a buffer state between Russia and NATO, and the U.S. and NATO kept meddling with it. 2014 was the breaking point, where the U.S. and NATO openly backed the coup and since armed Nazis. I don't think anybody can argue ever again that the people we have armed are Nazis. I don't think you can successfully argue that anymore.
Can you tell me your version of what happened from November protests through February protests?
Мы располагали информацией, что протестные акции в любом случае массово планируются и начнутся.
Now I think in these protests, 100 civvies got killed, or 100 people got killed in the protests. That's what I've been
just
hearing.
The random getting shot. Like, remember how they were like, we don't know where the shots are coming from. Is it that?
Well, I guess we'll see. But I think these are the protests in 2014 that gave rise to the Maidan revolution, coup, whatever. But what I've been hearing as justification for Maidan is that 100 people got killed, which would make sense. That would definitely justify a coup in my mind anyway. As far as on the ground for people, not as far as my opinion. I am pro-life. We continue.
В 2015 году. Но оппозиция воспользовалась тем фактом, что в начале Кабинет министров, а затем и президент приняли решение временно отложить подписание ассоциации с Европейским Союзом.
Arseny Yatsenyuk, leader of the opposition party, Fatherland. Oleg Tagnibok, leader of the opposition nationalist far-right political party, Svoboda. Vitaly Klitschko, leader of the opposition party, Udar.
Both EU and Ukrainian officials said on Thursday the suspension of talks on closer ties could be revived after the two-day meeting. But officials said the deal was off the table for now.
Expected more.
Wow.
Pro-EU protests on the streets of Kiev enter their second day. The crowd of around 1,000 protesters were joined by the leader of the opposition, the reigning world boxing champion Vitaly Klitschko. He called on the demonstrators to maintain pressure on the government after it decided not to sign a major trade deal with the EU.
You go back to Kiev the next day after the meeting with Merkel, and protests are up, am I right? Can you take me through that period?
Если у меня в самом начале было понимание того, что это мирные акции, и во время мирных акций можно вести диалог, и я к этому был готов.
See, right now, those protests do not look to me like they justified killing 100 people.
No.
So when he says, well, you know, I was, you know, ready to have dialogue. Yeah, bro, but you killed 100 of your own folks.
Yeah.
So that's all I know so far. But let's see. Recipe for Revolution money. What are they talking about?
И говоря о протестах ноября-февраля, необходимо обязательно учитывать динамику их развития, которая происходила на Украине заранее до того. Огромное количество общественных организаций, которые финансировались из-за рубежа, огромное количество журналистов, работающих на гранты.
Robert Perry is a longtime investigative journalist based in Washington, D.C. best known for his major disclosures about the Iran-Contra scandal in the 19...
Okay, so NGOs are non-governmental organizations. And it's one of the ways that agency goes in and infiltrates certain places.
Okay.
And other groups. You know what I'm talking about. Teach English as a second language, but they have another agenda.
Yeah.
So NGOs have long been used. That's why a lot of times you'll get these missionaries, they get kidnapped. And then the whoever is kidnapping the Christian missionaries is saying, you're spies, you're spies. That's why. Because the Christians are coming in an NGO, and the people on the ground know that NGOs are used a lot of times by the agencies to foment revolutions, recruit, all that type of shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
And what did you say NGO stands for?
Non-governmental organization.
Non-governmental organization?
Yeah. So I'm coming from America, but I'm not America or a private organization. We're just here to help.
Okay.
Yeah.
80s. He is the founder of Consortium News, where he has reported extensively on the crisis in Ukraine and the forces behind the unrest.
An NGO is a non-governmental organization. Now, many NGOs are quite legitimate. They represent good causes. Maybe they help people in a country feed or deal with water problems or deal with various kinds of social problems. But there are some NGOs that have become funded by government entities and serve more the purpose of that government rather than trying to serve the people that they are ostensibly working for. One thing we saw in the 1980s, at that point, the Central Intelligence Agency had been largely discredited because of scandals that had been exposed in the 1970s.
For 15 years, the CIA has secretly financed overseas activities of the National Students Association. But then there came to light a fantastic web of CIA penetrations.
So when the Reagan administration came in, there was this concept that instead of having the CIA, which traditionally would go into these different target countries, funding their media, funding NGOs, funding different political operations. That was essentially farmed out to a new organization called the National Endowment for Democracy, which was created in 1983. And it would do pretty much what the agency used to do. It would go into one of these countries and it would support various political groups, train activists, deal with journalists.
Train activists, deal with journalists. Listen, this is tech. Look, you go there, you recruit, and then you got to have a media outlet for propaganda, and then you get the Green Berets in to train your recruits, and then you get other operators and things like that to take part in the revolution. Okay, that is standard agency stuff. Okay, an agent is not the officer, the case officer. The agent is the person that you turn. So these people, what he just said is literally the playbook. That's how you foment revolutions. That's how you foment Arab Spring. That's how you foment all these things. You get out there, you get a few people, you get them together, you recruit them, you get secrets for them. Then you get the media wing, so you can start spreading the word. Okay, and then you bring in a couple Green Berets, and they train, they do all that jazz. And then them and Delta operators go out and boom, you have a revolution. That's just how it goes. So what he just described is a CIA operation. We continue.
Business groups and try to advance U.S. foreign policy interests, sometimes against the interests of the host government, the target government. And beyond that, they received financial and other logistical help from the National Endowment for Democracy and other U.S. agencies that helped them training activists, working with journalists to get their side presented more favorably. They work on things like, how do you get traction? How do you get things to go viral? How do you then use that to generate support for your cause?
And support was generated. Mustafa Nayyam, a founder of one of Ukraine's new media outlets, Hromadske TV, knew very well how to make something go viral. It was his notorious Facebook post on November 21st, 2013, that brought the first crowds to Maidan.
Я це написав просто, щоб почути, чи є ці люди, чи просто тому що поговоримо десь у Фейсбуці.
If you don't read the newspaper, you are uninformed. If you read the newspaper, you are misinformed. To deliver your message efficiently enough in the modern world with so many different technologies and means of communications, you must embrace them all. As the disturbing events of Euromaidan started on November 21st, 2013, 3 new TV channels went on the air and suddenly became stunningly popular in Ukraine. Spilno TV, November 21st. Hromadske TV, November 22nd. And Espresso TV, November 24th, directly from opposition protest. These channels went viral, supporting the protests and encouraging more and more people to come to Maidan.
И первые выступления массовые начались 21 числа, 21 ноября. Сначала акции проходили мирно. На эти акции пришли люди разной категории. Это были молодые и пожилые люди, приходили с детьми. Явно было понятно, что с их стороны есть доверие к власти, в том числе и к правоохранителям, потому что свободно выходили. И никаких намеков на то, что будет в отношении этих манифестантов приниматься какие-то меры воздействия, силовые и так далее.
He's saying, look, the people liked us, everything was fine, they trusted the police. Why would they show up if they thought we were going to massacre them?
Well, yeah, I mean, he said that they showed up with kids and everything.
Yeah, but look, those 100 people died under his watch. So, yeah, they felt safe, but they were not safe. 100 of them died. So, I mean, I'm going to give him a good hearing. I'm gonna give him a hearing, but at this point, I'm not seeing anything that justifies killing those people.
No.
And again, if they brought kids, that means that they were not revolutionary. So the argument works the other way too. If these people just brought kids, I've taken part in some uprisings. I would never bring my kids in those situations.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know about that one, buddy.
Просто не существовало. Значит, соответственно,
I'm confused. I thought we were saying all the same thing.
Huh?
I thought we were all saying the same thing.
No, I'm saying I'm disagreeing with him. He's saying, hey, because they died under his watch.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm being biased. I am biased. You kill 100 of your own people.
You disagree with what?
He's making it sound. I think he's preparing to make an argument, but he's saying we didn't have violent intentions to these people, and they knew it because they brought their kids. And what I'm saying is, I agree with you. It looks like you initially didn't have violent intentions, but something went wrong, and your folks went and killed 100 people.
And you're responsible for that, is what you're saying.
I'm saying he's responsible.
Yeah. Okay.
Без огнестрельного оружия. Но среди митингующих уже замечены нами радикалы, которые относились к правым партиям, неофашистским организациям. И 24 числа, 24 ноября, они осуществили первую агрессивную акцию. «24 числа первое было нападение на кабинет министров и первое нападение на сотрудников правоохранителей, которые охраняли.
Holy shit.
Второе нападение на правоохранителей службы безопасности Украины произошло 25 числа. Затем небезызвестные события 30 числа.
November 30th of 2000.
Okay, so they were destroying government property, beating up cops. Okay. I don't see how that justifies killing them though, because they weren't killing anyone. I mean, pepper spray is inconvenient.
Yeah.
But I don't see how that justifies killing anyone. So I get it. The far right people started being violent, yada yada yada. I get it. But how does that metastasize into you killing 100 people?
2013 became the first turning point of Euromaidan and one of its most reported and mysterious events.
Я тогда немножко расскажу, как видел эти события я. Был звонок мне от Попова, глава администрации города Киева. Он говорил, что давайте сегодня мы хотели бы завозить оборудование для новогодней елки на площадь. Я ему объяснил, что до тех пор, пока люди находятся на площади, то этого делать нельзя. В районе часа ночи, когда массово люди начали расходиться, разъезжаться, я поговорил по телефону с руководителем службы безопасности Украины и спросил его точку зрения по развитию событий. Он сказал, я считаю, что, слава богу, все закончилось. Вот вся информация идет о том, что все закончилось. Потому что фактически с 21 числа, я вот в кабинете просто жил и спал там. Какое-то время, может быть, там 2 часа в сутки удавалось поспать. Около 3 часов ночи я приехал тоже к себе домой. Завел часы на 6:30 утра, включил телевизор сразу же, когда проснулся. Он у меня был настроен на 5-й канал. И 5-й канал демонстрирует большое количество скорой помощи, и там побитые люди.
After riot, police attacked peaceful protesters with clubs.
Happened in the early morning hours. The eyewitnesses that were there said that the police did use truncheons.
Меня, честно говоря, пробил просто холодный пот.
Моя первая реакция на то, что Майдан пострадал от действий полиции, была мгновенной. Нужно было расследовать, кто дал приказ.
We had to investigate who gave an order to break up the protesters and use force against them. Okay.
Приказ разгонять митингующих, применять к ним силу. Я был противник того, чтобы к митингующим применялась сила, нарушали...
Yeah, but shouldn't you give a daily update or whatnot to the... That's what I would do. I'd be on with the security forces and say, look, guys, here's our policy. We're not going to do X, Y, and Z. We're not going to OD. We're not going to hit any women. We're not going to hit any children. Yada, yada, yada. Like, why are you reacting? Like, even if he didn't order 100 people to be killed, it's still on you for being that incompetent, especially knowing the history of your country.
Right.
Especially the fact that you know that you're inundated with Nazis and you know they've got a history of being extremely violent.
So you believe him that he didn't know anything about it? He just went to bed and he woke up and all that violence had taken place.
Well, these are two different leaders that are saying it. The guy that's talking right now was the guy that was in power at the time. And what I'm saying
and he's the one that went home at 3 a.m.
No, that's the other guy.
Oh, okay.
But this guy's saying, I just saw this and I'm against the violation of human rights, yada yada. Why didn't you do something then? That's my problem.
Yeah.
Prior to that, why are you reacting? Even if you're innocent of not doing this to your own people.
Права людей.
Решений таких Попов самостоятельно принимать просто не мог. А кто для него был самый высокий руководитель? Для Попова был самый большой руководитель, это глава администрации. Сергей Владимирович Левочкин.
Coincidentally, Sergei Lovochkin is a close associate to many U.S. politicians.
Here we go.
The Security Service of Ukraine had evidence that on that night, Lovochkin was in contact with opposition leader Yatsenyuk, where they discussed the clearing of Maidan on the pretext of installing the annual Christmas tree. News media reported that the riot police cruelly attacked the students peacefully sleeping in their tents, but scenes from the event seem to tell a different story. It appears that the protesters were waiting for the police. Additionally, there were dozens of journalists and cameramen from all the new public TV news outlets prepared to cover the events. And most ominously, a group of well-trained young men arrived to Maidan almost simultaneously with the riot police. They infiltrated the crowd and began provocations with insults, stones, and torches.
Oh boy.
The right sector in Ukraine represents
okay, so these are the Nazis. So they coordinated with Yatsenyuk and the Popov guy, and they infiltrated. So they're making it sound like it was a setup.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the Ukrainian population that has often favored fairly extreme right-wing positions. They had militias that came especially during the Maidan protests. There were groups that were being shipped into Kiev where they would provide the muscle, in effect, for the demonstrations. So the demonstrations went from being relatively peaceful political protests to being increasingly violent.
The first step in any
I agree. There were agent provocateurs in the George Floyd protests. Those are facts. Those are facts.
Detective work is to establish a motive. It is now said that Sergei Lovochkin is held in high esteem by his powerful U.S. friends.
Is that Newland? Is that Victoria Newland?
Yeah.
Was that the lady that says that there's materials?
Yeah.
Materials over there in what do you call it? Holy shit! There this guy is with Nuland. Nuland was the one that decided who the leader of Ukraine was going to be after this. There she is right there. Unbelievable.
Outraged by what was reported in the news, the Ukrainian people came out in force on the next day to vent their anger with the police actions.
The violence started to take off when?
Фактически жесткие противоправные действия начались уже в декабре 2013 года. События, которые проходили в тот период в Киеве, они были очень радикальные. В них
There's the red and black flag. Those are Nazis.
Принимали неонацистские организации, молодые люди, которые были различными вооружены различными средствами. Металлические прутья, биты. В том числе использовалась техника, например, дорожно-строительная, грейдерами, и они грейдерами наезжали на работников правоохранительных органов, на милицию, которая защищала и не давала захватить правительственные здания и здания администрации президента. Как президент мог такой неуправляемой толпе выйти и с кем говорить? Технологии, которые применялись в тот период времени, они были заранее.
Okay, so he's saying, who's going to go and talk to those people?
Right.
They had a, can you imagine a bunch of black people had a bulldozer going up against some cops like that? Y'all know what would happen. You get a bunch of black people doing the George Floyd protest. Get in one of them things. You think them cops would be pushing on the gang?
Планированный.
I could see how he would think
as veiled and masked as the color revolutions can.
I could see how he would think it was planned. I mean, that's speculative, but I could see how he would think it was planned.
Yeah.
Although, was it planned or was it just a couple intrepid people taking advantage of a good or a bad situation? Because these protests went on for a very, very long time, and those kinds of operations don't take that much time to coordinate, especially if your goal is chaos. Right? Like, this is not like, they're not doing formations. I mean, some of this, the goal is just chaos. I can tell you, it's not hard to foment chaos, especially with very emotional people. Like, you know, if I'm in a crowd of 20 people, I'm one guy. I can get 20 people to go do some crazy shit. I don't need all 20 of them to do crazy shit. I need 2 or 3 other people to do crazy shit. And then a cop goes and does something, and then everybody gets in their feelings. Yep. So I understand this was planned well before. It was very well coordinated. The coordination can't be denied between us and us as in America and those folks. That can't be denied. But I don't necessarily believe that it necessitates a long-term plan. It could easily have been these Nazis said, "Oh, this is a bad situation. It's elongated. We could take advantage of an opportunity here." So that's where I'm at with it.
An attentive viewer can see subtle patterns and similarities revealing their true nature.
Subtle.
To make crowds act as one obedient group, they have to be united at the unconscious level. The masterminds of color revolutions know this well and have perfected the art. Symbolism is one of the most powerful tools to achieve this end. Revolutionary political organizations with surprisingly similar names and even more similar logos have appeared time and again, almost as omens marking the countries that would be hit by the colored plague next. They are often described as being aware and active, when they're actually trained and radical. They are the ones who take the first shot, literal and metaphorical, to transform the peaceful protests into full-blown coups d'etats.
Wow.
Their fingerprints can be found everywhere on the map of the color revolutions. Using all the experience of past generations, simple but effective tools like catchy sing-alongs and chanting are employed. Well known for exciting the crowd and creating a group identity, they depersonalize individuals and make them easier to manipulate.
Дякую, друзі! Слава Україні!
Конечно, без денег здесь не могло быть. Такое количество не государственных, различных общественных организаций, грантов, которое выделялось на Украину, это не есть секретом.
Incidentally, one such organization, Hromadske TV, received generous donations from the Dutch and U.S. embassies, as well as from the Renaissance Foundation, an NGO founded by George Soros.
Holy shit. Here we go, Soros. Fucking hell. And if those are U.S. dollars, I don't know. How much is 399,000 U.S. dollars in, you know what I'm saying? Like in Ukraine?
I don't know. Because they're not part of the EU, right?
No, they're not technically part of the Ukraine. So 399,000 USD is 11 million 12 million Ukrainian dollars. So that's a lot of fucking funding.
Mm-hmm. I set up a foundation in Ukraine before Ukraine became independent of Russia. And the foundation has been functioning ever since. And it played an important part in events now.
Wow.
I like criticism, but it must be my way.
Did you see any evidence of U.S. involvement? Did you feel their presence from the U.S.?
Очень частыми гостями были представители Соединенных Штатов, конгрессмены, были госпожа Нуланд, приезжала очень часто. У нас были с ней дискуссии. Но после этих дискуссий она шла на Майдан и поддерживала протестующих.
There's Nuland. She went to Maidan and supported protesters. Okay, now look. River already called it out. Soros is, I wouldn't even mention the fact that he's a billionaire. I'm not going to attribute his moral standing before God based on his economy. If it is true that George Soros is just out to try to control the world, then that is what makes him evil. Now, he just basically admitted he had a role in all this shit, and now in comes Victoria Nuland. So look, Soros is kind of one of those little baits for the anti-Semites. You know, if you start mentioning him being a Jew and all the rest of it, as I said earlier, I'm not going to delete your comment. I'm going to probably put it out there so people can identify you, you know, whatever. But here, to me, Soros is bad as in funding whatever, but this is the real fucking kicker right here, is this woman, Nuland. This is the one that said there are materials.
Oh, yeah.
There are materials in Ukraine, and we're worried that the Russians might intercept them.
Yeah.
But I got people really telling me, oh, Tucker was being conspiratorial. Some of these folks I do not understand. I do not get it. I truly don't get it.
И обвиняла правоохранительные органы, применялась чрезмерно сила. На самом деле, эти все месседжи мы видели на Майдане.
We will be back here on this square to celebrate with you.
Why are we there? This powder keg that's about to explode.
If they were part of NATO, then it makes sense. You know, we're kind of a part of, you know, we're up in but they weren't.
No, even if they were part of NATO, it doesn't make sense because NATO is about protecting people from Russia. The Russians had nothing to do with this. This was about them going into the EU.
I don't know.
Why are we there?
Ukraine that stands with Europe and stands with the United States.
Look at that. They had a picture of the president with a bullet, you know what I'm saying, with a bullet wound. Look, there's the American flag. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's unbelievable. And you think this is okay that we're doing this? This is all Putin's fault.
Well, members of Congress were visiting Ukraine during that period, most famously.
We went crazy in our media I'm sorry to interrupt, guys. 4 or 5 years, we went insane in our media because we were speculating that the Russians were putting out troll farms, they called it, on Facebook and Twitter and putting out fake news to influence voting. And we had our fucking heads of state and dignitaries on the ground with them in a counter-government revolution.
Unbelievable.
And that's okay. I'm just pleading with some of you people for consistency. You know, Kel, the whole time, Kel, oh, Russia, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, Kel, come on, bro. This is, what the fuck? Really? Troll farms? Facebook? That's going to overthrow our democracy? Meanwhile, we're doing this shit, but now we want to pretend that all of this is just Russia's fault.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh?
Congressman John McCain.
No, not you, Riv. You've been consistent the entire time. You know what I'm talking about. Keep this link for later. Newland's phone was bugged talking to U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine in 2014 when she said, fuck the EU. And she's still in politics. Correct.
Wow.
Holy shit. Thank you very much, Ann, for the super chat.
Wow, thank you.
We need to have strong drink while correct. Correct. I've got some Buddha tea right here. Shout out to the Buddha.
Drinking some chamomile mint.
Shout out to Buddha. Holy shit. Here's John McCain. Rest in peace to the homie, man. He knows. You know you're wrong for this shit now, my guy. Yes, BC. Yeah.
So some of the people who were challenging their government, their elected government at that point, were being told by a senior U.S. official, a person who ran for president and a top official in the U.S. Congress, that the U.S. was with them.
I'm Senator John McCain, and it's always a pleasure to be back in Ukraine.
Senator McCain.
This is probably going to be the quote of the. This is probably going to be the quote of the entire thing right here. Please tell me which flag to put on my thing to
so
virtue signal I'm a good guy. Here's McCain, subhanAllah.
Was, in a sense, giving the people in the Maidan a feeling that they had the backing of the most powerful country on earth.
This is about the future you want for your country. This is about the future you deserve.
Делегаций много приезжало. Я говорил, что нельзя говорить, во-первых, неправду. Нельзя становиться на сторону митингующих и отстаивать их права, создавая тем самым и углубляя конфликт.
Correct.
Когда митингующие захватывают правительственные здания и учреждения, скажите, допустимо ли это в любой другой стране, например, чтобы посол Украины пришел к митингующим фермерам и раздавал там...
Thank you!
Right.
И обвинял полицейских
Thank you!
Штатов Америки.
Look, there she goes.
Я считаю...
Guys, that's what we did! That's what we did!
Unbelievable.
Exactly! During the BLM uprisings and all the rest of it. Can you imagine if a giant Russian delegation showed up at the town square while Hawk Newsom and the rest of them were doing BLM shit, and then some Russians came in and said all that shit, and then were congratulating us and handing out donuts and all this shit on the ground in our country,
Stop
on the media?
Mm-mm.
Who would tolerate that in America? I don't care, left, right, center, fucking Noam Chomsky, Ron Paul, whatever. Nobody would accept that in America. But Americans, we are completely fine with us doing that and saying, don't you believe in Ukrainian sovereignty? Come on, y'all. I'm just asking for consistency. That's all I'm asking for. If you're against Nazis 5 years ago, be against them now. If you're against interventionism in a democratically elected government, be against it when we do it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But you guys were having a conniption over fucking troll farms.
Что это недопустимо ни в одной европейской стране. А почему к Украине было такое отношение?
Who was your highest level contact with the U.S. government in this period?
Я постоянно имел контакт с господином Байденом, вице-президентом.
There he
У меня
is.
были частые с ним телефонные переговоры. Но дело в том, что господин Байден говорил одно, а в Украине делали другое.
And the U.S. ambassador?
Посол Соединенных Штатов в Украине постоянно принимал представителей.
70 children were killed in this war by Putin. Well, I'm sure the number is probably higher than 70, sister. But we're going to have to take some of that pie. because this shit contributed to that war.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I refuse. You're in Germany, so
exactly, Candy. I was thinking the same thing.
you could say what you want about you. You're in Germany, but I'm an American. I'm in America. I refuse to let my government, and by my extension myself, off the hook for our contribution to the death of those 70 kids. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Жителей Майдана у себя в посольстве. Мы это очень хорошо знали, мы это отслеживали. И создавалось такое впечатление, что в посольстве Соединенных Штатов существует штаб, который управляет этим процессом.
In early February of 2014, as the Maidan crisis was getting more violent, there was a phone call that was intercepted. It was a call between the Assistant Secretary of State for European Affairs, Victoria Nuland, and the U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt.
Questions of credibility are being raised after a private chat
Here it
between
is!
two top U.S. diplomats
Here it is!
was
Listen!
leaked online.
I think Yats is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience. He's the guy.
Guys, this is this is Nuland. This is Nuland.
Influencing their ambassador.
I think Yats is the guy.
Wait. She's talking to who? The U.S. ambassador to Ukraine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the Ukrainian guy, and this is the State Department guy.
Yep.
What he needs is Klitsch in on the outside. Oh, so that's Vitaly Klitschko, the boxer. I'm not hearing a solution, Vin. What should happen? I've already said the solution. The solution is fourfold. 1, give Crimea to Russia. 2, Ukraine needs to stop their military aggression immediately. 3, they need to recognize Donbass as an independent region over there in Ukraine. And 4, they need to amend their constitution to commit immediately to neutralization. That'll stop the war 4 days ago, Kel. That would have stopped the war. And 5, the United States needs to make further funding of Ukraine contingent on the Ukrainians denazifying themselves. That would mean taking down all statues of Bandera, changing all streets dedicated to Bandera, and the Ukrainians themselves getting rid of any politician who supported Bandera in the last 15 years.
And changing their outfits they're wearing, because they still are representing
No more portraits to Nazis. These are not difficult solutions.
Right.
I'm running a car accident of a channel, and I came up with 5 to 8 very rational solutions there.
You know, what he needs is Klitsch and Tony Book on the outside. I just think Klitsch going in, he's going to be at that level working for Yatsenyuk. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Okay. Good. Well, do you want us to try to set up a call with him as the next step?
Sullivan's come back to me via FAR saying you need Biden, and I said probably tomorrow for an attaboy and to get the deets to stick. So
Okay.
Biden's willing.
So you had this remarkable phone call where you have these 2 senior officials of the U.S.
Holy shit.
What's an attaboy?
Because, I mean, Biden is the second fish. You got Obama. See, Obama was like above all this shit. My man Obama's like, oh, you go do that, Biden. I'm good.
Government apparently talking about
It's probably where Biden got the idea to treat Kamala like that.
Ukraine.
Fuck the EU.
Whoa!
No, exactly.
The U.S. government feels that way. There is division on this, but the neoconservative element wants very much to change the strategic dynamic in Eastern Europe. The neocons are very smart people, and they've been at this for a long time. They came in around the issue of propaganda. They studied how to create hot buttons for the American people. They had this experience when they were getting the American people to get excited about Central America back in the 1980s.
Sandinista regular army. The ground force is being equipped now with
Sandinistas.
artillery.
And they've been applying those same strategies ever since. They remain very dedicated to achieving their goals. They still want to get rid of certain governments.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one. I look at the news as 100% correct. All the biolabs need to be closed post-haste. Correct. Which it's a biolab if your intention is to create a vaccine, but it's a weapons lab if you're same substance, same effect, same everything. But if your intention is to use it against people, then it's a weapons lab, weapons facility. So we know that Russians, they can't have any smidge of good in them. So when the Russians do it, it's because it's a weapons. But we know that us and our interests don't have a smidge of bad in them. There's no original sin. We're all angels with halos. So they're just biolabs. That's what it is. But yeah, I completely missed that one. You're right.
They wanted regime change in Syria, for instance, regime change in Iran. They're very skilled at this, and they have a lot of allies now inside the news media, inside the government, and that means that they can do a lot to control the narrative of any story.
I think in America these days, we have somehow told ourselves that there are a lot of ways of dealing with these problems other than hard power. Vladimir Putin cares about hard power.
The neoconservatives can now demonize a leader of a country. That sells with the American people. So you don't just sort of argue a policy, you attack the leader. So the neoconservatives became very skilled at picking out leaders, finding their ugly traits, and then highlighting them. Yanukovych, you might say, was a rather clunky political leader, but you make him into a devil. He's totally corrupt, and he's evil, and he wants to kill people in the Maidan, these wonderful white-hatted demonstrators. So you've got a black hat versus white hat. You would keep repeating that basic scenario.
Literally what we did with us, it's funny because the whole white helmets thing with Assad, he doesn't know because it hasn't happened yet.
Oh, right.
I don't think. Or maybe it's in it happening as he's speaking. That's literally what happened with Assad. It was a false flag attack. It said Assad gassed his own people. He didn't. And people were asking us to go after Assad because Assad was shaitan. Shaitan. No. And Hillary was talking about going to war, initiating a no-fly zone over there, and Bernie was like, "Bitch, are you crazy? We can't do that. It'll send us to World War III. What the fuck is wrong with you? What's going on?" Then she did that evil cackle. But I want my war. Yeah, that's the playbook. This is the playbook, guys. Saddam, don't you remember? In the first Gulf War, Saddam was taking babies off incubators. He took hundreds of babies off of incubators and let them die. That's how evil Saddam Hussein is. I remember my mom telling me that. I said, "Mom, what are we going to do?" She's like, "We're going to kill that son of a bitch." I was like, "Yeah, America." Yeah. It was this bullshit lie that was all over the U.S. media.
Never happened.
Saddam. No, we never did that shit. But you make it about one guy. And then you pour all this emotion into one guy, which is why you never hear people talking about the regular Russian citizen, because it's about one guy. It's about Putin. That's it. So when I say, I'm not going to mention the person's name, but when I'm in a debate with somebody and I say, you don't see how the Russian people could be concerned about NATO and all of its military powers at their border, the person responds, "Ew, justifying Putin invading, blah, 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 blah," because we can't think with nuance, because we're so emotionally attached to one person. Also, if you're a grown man, don't say gross. It's embarrassing.
And it works with the American people.
You've got to realize what Vladimir Putin is.
Here we go.
He's an old KGB colonel that wants to restore the Russian Empire.
There it
Make
is.
them into demons, and the American people find.
There it is.
Wow.
I literally had somebody in my channel say, "Vlad Putin is KGB, that's it."
Yep.
If you say that, you are literally repeating a John McCain talking point.
Wow.
John McCain, who never saw a jihad that he didn't love. Holy shit, guys.
And that the way they can understand the world. Once that happens, it's very difficult for a journalist or anyone else to say, hold it, that guy, he's got more of a gray hat than a white hat or a black hat. And if you say that, you're a Yanukovych apologist or you're a Putin apologist.
There it is. There it is. That's what people have been calling me for the last 2 weeks. I'm a Putin apologist. Just waiting. Somebody said, "When did Vince start working for Russia?"
And then the attacks come on to the person saying it, the journalist, the academic, or whoever.
Any good director will tell you that tempo and rhythm are the most essential components to hold an audience's attention.
Сама технология, которая применялась Майданом, состояла в необходимости сакральных жертв. Это часть технологий.
It can also be called a method of betrayal, when the allies and followers are relentlessly thrown into the revolutionary flame. The idea is simple. When the preparation work is done, the trigger just needs to be pulled to set the machine into full motion. The murder of politician Rafiq Hariri led to the Cedar Revolution. Looking back at the mysterious poisoning of Viktor Yushchenko before the Orange Revolution of 2004, we see now that he became a sacred victim himself. Most political analysts believe the...
Okay, I'm going to answer this again. Because Brent, thank you for participating, my brother. Was Russia justified to invade Ukraine despite the negatives, in quotes? I don't know what you mean by quotes. They were absolutely negatives. They're probably war crimes displayed by the Ukrainian U.S. side. Okay, I'm a Christian. I'm a radical pacifist. Okay, so if you ask me that question, I'm going to say even if the Ukrainians invaded Russia, that the Russians shouldn't kill anyone because that's how radical of a pacifist I am. I don't believe in killing even in self-defense because I follow Jesus. However, I also know that it is, just like many other issues, that I cannot impose that onto other people who are not walking with Jesus. And when you amass tons and billions of dollars worth of superior technology at a person's border, and then those people say, I want to join a coalition of nations that were originally designed to be hostile to you, even though you promised not to continue expansion right to my border, I completely understand why a person would say, I'm gonna put a stop to this before you can harm my folks. In other words, there's an analogy going around of an abused wife. And I'd like to flip that analogy. I don't know if you're familiar with the Kanye West situation, but Kanye has bought a house right across the street from Miss Kim Kardashian. Now, let's say Miss Kim Kardashian herself wasn't a billionaire. Let's say she was just a regular old lady working a 9-to-5, and her very, very powerful billionaire husband decided he was going to move right across the street from her, and then every day he's strolling across his sidewalk with a loaded AR-15, and he's completely kitted out from head to toe, and he starts shooting in the air every single day and saying horrible things like, I'm going to get you one day, bitch. And finally, she goes and does something to him. Now listen, I don't believe she should do that. I don't believe she could be justified in doing that. And if the police catch her, she should go to prison. But I don't think anybody would say that she's crazy. Right? I don't think anybody would say she's crazy. I think people would say, well, man, what the fuck did you expect? Because she's got kids in that house, right? And this motherfucker is way more powerful than she is. And he's out there letting off every single day at her. Or in the air to intimidate her. So I don't think anybody would say that she would be crazy. That's the position that Russia is in. No, Ukraine is not Kanye West. We're Kanye West. We're Kanye West by proxy. As you can see here, we've got our hands all up in Ukraine stuff. Didn't you just see Victoria Nuland there deciding who's going to run their government? So we are the billionaire husband who moved right up to the fucking border by proxy, shooting off into the air. That's what I think is going on here. The U.S. has just done just as much, if not worse, as Putin. Kelendros, my brother, Ya Rasulullah. Kelendros, Putin doesn't have the ability to do as bad as we do. He doesn't have the money or the technology to pull that off, my brother. Meanwhile, our friend Barack Hussein Obama ran out of weapons to kill people. He had to refuel.
Passion of the Ukrainian people at that moment tilted the scales, giving him the presidency. The number of
Subhanallah. Stout, my brother. Putin's one of the wealthiest men on the planet. What do you mean? This is where you're falling into the trap, because I'm using the analogy of nations. Russia is not one of the wealthiest nations on the planet, and the combined economic power of NATO / the United States, right, is Kanye West to his Kim Kardashian. Okay, so we're not talking about Putin versus Zelensky versus Biden. What we're talking about here is Ukraine functioning as a vassal client state to intimidate Russia by proxy for America. So we're not talking about Putin's wealth. We're talking about Russia's wealth in contrast to America's wealth. We're Kanye West, and in comparison to Russia, they're just a 95 single mom. Good question.
Victims among the protesters during Euromaidan totaled over 100. They are called the Heavenly 100. All the sacred victims were immediately mythologized.
Red and black flag in the coffin. I mean, rest in peace to the homie. Rest in peace to the homie. And look,
I didn't even notice the flag.
Whether or not the guy's a Nazi, he had people that loved him. So past this thing, man. We've got to evolve past. Oh, you're a Nazi. Fucking good for you. Good. Nope. Rest in peace to the homie. And may God have mercy on his family, and may God have mercy on his soul, inshallah. We continue.
The beating of students on November 30th.
My goodness. Why is Putin threatening Finland and Sweden with retaliation if they join NATO? I don't know that he's done that, but if he's done that, NATO... What do you guys think NATO is? NATO is a hostile alliance of nations that has spread in the Baltic states when we told Gorbachev we would not spread eastward. We've done it 14 times, and we've brought NATO to the border. Do you know that Turkey armed these guys in Ukraine with drones that do have nuclear capabilities? NATO is a hostile alliance. That's why. Because by joining NATO, you are inherently displaying hostility. That's why.
2013 was the obvious trigger of Euromaidan. Those who sent trained provocateurs to the square very well realized that peaceful protesters were the ones who would get hurt the most. It's hard to keep protests going for months on end. Tensions subside, and people inevitably get tired. Holidays are also a big danger for revolutionary masterminds. People want to be home with their families and friends, and one needs to get inventive to keep people in a cold tent city.
Wow. Holy shit.
On Christmas Day of 2013, tabloid journalist and political wannabe Tatiana Chornova
political wannabe
was chosen to become the tool to whip the protests on Maidan back up.
A civic activist and journalist known for investigating corruption among senior officials was beaten outside Ukraine's capital on Christmas.
Her heroic deeds as a reporter looked more like petty crimes. Trespassing on the presidential residence of Viktor Yanukovych, leading a rioting crowd to seize the Kiev City Administration building, breaking into a car of the security service of Ukraine. It looked like Tatiana was more interested in making news than reporting it, and gaining name recognition that could be turned into votes for her struggling political career in the opposition party Fatherland. She gave the world media a Christmas present in 2013, when she was cruelly beaten by unknown assailants on the road. Despite the fact that in just 3 days all the suspects were arrested and confessed to beating Tatiana during a road rage incident, world media kept insisting upon the political background of the crime. Instantaneously, Tatiana became a heroic martyr, uniting people around her.
I wonder if that red and black gear that she had was
image.
Oh my God.
The beating coming amid political turmoil in Ukraine. This has drawn a protest.
Euromaidan was once again center stage, and Tatiana, in less than 2 months after the assault, she was already healthy enough to attack the office of Party of Regions, the party of Viktor Yanukovych.
Звідти виїжджали ті машини, які били мене. Тобто не те, що навіть гніздо цієї злочинної мафіозної влади, ескадрони смерті теж керуються звідси.
One of the staff members, 65-year-old IT specialist Vladimir Zakharov, was killed during the attack. So, where is Tatiana now? Well, she finally got her position of power in the new government.
Sure, eating an ice
1
cream.
month later, the time for another act in the play came. Armenian-Ukrainian protest.
I will say that if I had spent 2 weeks and I was tired and hungry and cold on the ground, and somebody on our team, I saw a girl from our team that got tore up like that, I would be ready to do some violent shit. You remember that time in the park we had to stop that whole situation, and it was about to get really bloody because they attacked a girl.
Yep.
And I did impose my Christianity on those people.
Yep.
I went to the leader of the gang and I said, look, Jesus has given you authority over these people, and you're tough enough to deal with the ramifications, but they're not, and you need to piece this up right now. You need to turn the other cheek. And it worked. He stopped the violence. But there's something that happens to you, man, when you see a girl on your team get wrecked by a bunch of dudes. Like, I look at that as like probably one of the biggest miracles that ever happened down there.
Oh, 100%.
Because we left, but a year later,
Yeah.
similar thing happened. Somebody ended up dying. Rest in peace to Donnie. But I mean, if that happens to a female, it's gonna. I don't like the way that he said that, like she gave them a Christmas present or whatever. But she definitely utilized it. But if she believes in the political movement, you're gonna utilize whatever is there.
For sure.
So it looks like they drew blood. It was getting worse and worse. And as this is going on, the United States is egging on the opposition.
Sergei Nigoyan was one of the first to arrive at Maidan. He wasn't radical or violent, but instead naive and full of hope. Watching Sergei...
Yo, that looks like one of my favorite chicks.
Oh, really?
It looks like one of my favorite chicks. Bayana.tv. He looks exactly like him, bro. He looks almost exactly like him. Holy shit. Oh my God. I gotta show you guys this. This guy looks exactly like... Hey, Al Nabian, do you know who does Bayana.tv? I don't know. You might not even be a Muslim, but... The Bayana Institute. What's the guy's name? I forgot the guy's name. He looks exactly like, yeah, there he is. Numan Ali Khan. Yeah, he looks exactly like Numan Ali Khan. Let me show you guys Numan Ali Khan, and then you can see, like, he looks exactly like the homie. Oh, let me just rewind that for a second. He looks exactly like Numan Ali Khan, bro. I swear to God.
Zakharov was killed during the attack. So, where is Tatiana now? Well, she finally got her position of power in the new government. 1 month later, the time for another act in the play came. Armenian-Ukrainian protester Sergei Nigoyan was one of the first to arrive at Maidan. He wasn't radical or violent.
Okay, guys, here we go. I gotta lighten it up a little bit. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I probably
a little bit.
I probably should have got a younger. Okay, what about this one? What about this one? It's a younger one, inshallah. Hold on. Look at this one. Huh? No.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. I
Doesn't
can
look
kind
like
of
them
see
and all
that.
that
I just
con.
feel like if
But
we say
instead,
yes,
naive
it's...
Look at that.
and full of hope.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Watching Sergei's
Yeah, I see it.
patriotic poem is like watching a casting tape for the role of a sacred victim.
Борітеся, поборете, вам Бог помагає. За вас правда, за вас слава і воля святая.
Unfortunately, Sergei got the part. Betrayed by his brothers in arms, this video would eventually go viral after Sergei was killed early in the morning of January 22nd, 2014. The circumstances of his death remain unknown to this day. Even though the whole area of protests was heavily filmed at that time, there were no records or witnesses to help the investigation, and his body was moved immediately from the scene of the crime. Sergei became the first killed martyr of Euromaidan, and in a heartbeat, the police officers were appointed as his killers. Almost 2 years later, the official investigation would still deliver no results. Now, it is widely believed that Nigoyan's murder was staged by provocateurs to escalate the conflict.
What? I have to see some proof for that.
God speaks to people with the language of signs. On January 26, 2014, Pope Francis prayed for Ukraine, addressing thousands of people at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City.
Et Filius, et
Spiritus Sanctus.
After the prayer, 2 white doves were released from the papal window and were immediately attacked by a crow and seagull. Those who understand the language could easily read the meaning of this omen. Soon, great forces, the seagull and the crow, would be tearing apart 2 Slavic nations, the white doves. This omen gave hope to the Ukrainian people, saying that by God's will, the doves would be saved. But it also predicted severe hardship and many victims. The events which could...
You laughing?
Whoa! I mean...
That be happening all the time to the popes, bro. That happens all the time. Yo, stop doing that shit.
Do something else.
Always some evil ass. God be like, yo, go ahead.
Oh my God. So wait, what ended up happening? I missed it because I read a comment. So after that guy died, what?
Nigoyan.
Yeah.
Yeah. They said that the cops did it and they made him a martyr, blah, 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 but nobody has any record of the cops killing him. And now there's a counter narrative that that he was actually killed by his own folks as a you know,
to like instigate stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. He did seem like he wasn't negative, and he was like, you know.
Yeah, he was a nice guy.
Like a nice guy. Kellen Dross's comment is what threw me off. I can see it. I'll allow it.
Yeah, and he looked like Newman Ali Khan.
No, it reminded me of you saying, I'll allow it.
I'll allow it. This pleases me.
Enter into the history of the color revolutions as the most massive human sacrifice yet arrived right on schedule 1 month later.
Bro, Nana, yes, I remember her. They did that in Iran, a televised killing of a young woman in front of a camera hit with a stray bullet during the color revolution a few years back. Yes, and everybody had green.
That.
I put green. Remember, I put green on my.
I remember that
on my original Twitter account.
Yeah, her dad.
Yeah. And her dad was. Yeah. Her dad was trying to help. Was it Nana? I think the girl's name was. Yeah, bro. That was like right beginning of Arab Spring, right?
Weeks, this European capital has been the scene of a violent uprising. Today, the bloodiest day yet.
The protesters are pushing up towards the government district, armed here with Molotov cocktails, but we saw handguns and shotguns too. There are casualties on both sides.
Well, she's just said that there are 6 dead people up there, not just injured, dead. They said they've been hit by snipers.
20 февраля начали расстреливать сотрудников милиции.
Holy shit.
Я получил информацию, что начали стрелять снайперы, и есть жертвы с 2 сторон.
Консерватория, откуда прозвучали первые выстрелы, это то, что было под контролем у сил Майдана.
And here again, we meet our old acquaintance from Narodny Ruch, Andriy Paruby, who was at the peak of his glory as self-proclaimed commandant of Maidan, which basically means the leader of the radical opposition.
Ми попередили їх про те, що Майдан може вдатись до більш активних дій, якщо в найближчі дні ми не побачимо виконання наших вимог.
В том, чтобы посеять хаос, но Янукович точно не был заинтересован в том, чтобы хаос разрастался.
The protesters were filmed leading a long line of riot police away. It's not clear where they were taking them. 67 officers are currently reported to be missing.
14 policemen dead and 43 wounded.
Было погибших 20 человек и более 150 раненых огнестрельными ранениями.
Тогда уже было понятно, 20-21 февраля, что начался вооруженный переворот.
Earlier, from inside the protest camp, the opposition leader Vitaly.
Okay, that's different. This is what I meant when I said that we don't know who killed these people, but it was blamed on the Yanukovych government. Yanukovych government. I mean, yeah, no, I remember that. Okay, all right.
Klitschko urged his supporters to stay put. Each of you here should stay strong in spirit, he said, because we're not going anywhere.
Klitschko was the guy, when she said Klitsch on the recording, that's who they were talking about. Because the guy was suggesting Klitschko at first, and she's like, nah, he doesn't have the skills for it. But he can be on the outside.
Мы вели в этот период времени переговоры с оппозицией и очень часто договаривались. Но, как я позже понял, что это была игра. Та часть, оппозиции, которая не принимала участие.
What are you talking about, Lily? There is now no Nazi theme in Ukraine. Zelensky is Jewish. Not even Putin fans in Germany believe that. Lily, 8 days ago, the mayor in a city had a portrait of Banderas
PBS
behind.
Interview, remember?
Huh?
At the beginning, the PBS interview.
Yeah, what are you talking about? There's no Nazi. For International Women's Day, there was a woman. NATO had it. A female soldier with a rune, a Nazi, the Black Sun rune, for International Women's Day, which is about 4 or 5 days ago. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
No, I genuinely don't understand what they're saying. Like the denial of like obvious. Look, Lily, this was 8 days ago. That's Bandera in the back, who you said was a Nazi bastard. No, and look how she changes the subject. No, Lily, it's not a reason for war. But why are you spreading this disinformation by saying there's no more Nazi theme in the country when the fucking mayor has a picture of Banderas in the back? I keep saying Banderas, like Antonio Banderas. I don't.
No. Where's the one? This.
Stop calling it a rune already. Runes are letters. A swastika isn't a rune. It was the black.
Swastika.
It was the black sun, man. I'm sorry, but it was the black sun. They called it a rune. I'm sorry. Don't be angry at me. Don't be angry at me. But the NATO lady. All right, we continue. Racism ended when Obama was elected.
Переговора радикальная часть. Она не обращала внимания и никого не слушала. Они выполняли свою работу.
Did the guy
like
do
in
the
2004
Nazi thing
during
there?
the Orange Revolution, international leaders felt it necessary to intervene and bring both sides to the negotiating table.
Приехали 3 министра иностранных дел европейских стран в Киев.
Laurent Fabius, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, Radoslav Sikorski.
Приняли участие во встрече президента Януковича и оппозиции. Договорились о том, что будут проведены досрочные выборы. Договорились о том, как будут строить отношения между оппозицией и президентом.
The Ukrainian president and the leaders of the anti-government protests there have agreed on a truce.
The truce was to give talks between President Yanukovych and the opposition a chance.
Just like in 2004, the opposition, or at least its radical faction, the right sector, headed by Dmitry Yarosh, had no intention on fulfilling its part of the bargain.
The right sector is a radical Nazi outfit, Lily and everybody else. That was 2014. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's 2014. Lily, tell me what date these Nazi factions were excised from Ukraine. Tell me the date, because this is 2014.
Ті домовленості, які досягнуті, не відповідають нашим з вами прагненням. Правий сектор не складе зброї. Правий сектор не зніме блокаду жодної з державних установ, поки не буде...
Just be clear, right sector is a Nazi organization that celebrates Stefan Bandera. This is the people that he's speaking to. This coup is currently, we're in a time machine right now, 2014. This is a Nazi speaking.
Виконана найголовніша наша вимога – відставка Януковича.
And these are the non-Nazi supporting Ukrainians cheering the guy that happens to be a Nazi.
Подписал такой протокол, но немного позже я понял, что какой бы протокол мы ни подписали, сценарий захвата власти и государственного переворота, он был запланирован и он был неизбежен. То есть...
Just for clarity, that guy was speaking was the head of the right sector. Here is the right sector's flag. You will notice the colors of the right sector's flag. And anybody who's been paying attention knows that it is red for blood and black for soil. Blut und Guden. That's Nazism. This is literally the flag of Nazis. These are the people that led the coup d'etat against a democratically elected government. Were they the only people? No. Were they a main player? Yes. And we sent John McCain and Vicki Nuland down there to close that deal. Lily? What is happening?
I don't know.
Like, I don't believe that the CIA or whoever would, or Facebook or Twitter would send a government agent to my twiddly little YouTube channel. So I don't believe that she's some agent. I don't understand what's happening.
Фактически это не зависело от наших действий.
The opposition leaders
Holy shit!
may have found a way.
Did you hear what he just said?
Я подписал такой протокол, но немного позже я понял, что какой бы протокол мы ни подписали, сценарий захвата власти и государственного переворота, он был запланирован и он был неизбежен. То есть фактически это не зависело от наших действий.
Whoa!
The opposition leaders left saying they...
If you don't support this, you're going to have martial law. You'll all be dead. That was the side we were on, guys.
may have found a way to end the bloodshed, but they wanted to take the conclusions from their meeting to the people.
It was soon apparent that the people were not happy.
И на следующий день господин Янукович уехал во второй по величине город страны, в город Харьков. Как только он уехал, захватили и его резиденцию, администрации, и правительство с помощью оружия. Как это называется?
Дело в том, что я вылетел туда вертолетом. Машины, которые меня должны были сопровождать, выехали самостоятельно, но этого никто не знал. Ехали президентские машины, и по этой колонии президентских машин был открыт огонь. Также была информация у нашей разведки, что были специальные наемники, которым была поставлена задача не захватывать президента, а расстрелять. И я обратился к президенту Путину, чтобы он разрешил мне выехать на территорию России. Я получил согласие, и мне было оказано содействие.
They probably gave him a nice little bunker beside Edward Snowden. Because when Edward Snowden fled, you know where he went? Russia. Gang.
Well, he was in the airport for a long span of time. Is that true?
Yeah.
4 февраля я попал на территорию России.
Blaster, please provide me evidence of that, please. After the coup, they started a website keeping track of all Russian-friendly citizens of Ukraine and posted their addresses, which led to high-profile assassinations. Where can you provide evidence of that, please?
At the same time, Kiev was saying its last goodbyes to the victims of the massacre.
Oh my God.
It was also welcoming those who came to power at their cost.
Ukraine's parliament has voted for the new Speaker of the Assembly to become interim president. Alexander Turchinov called on lawmakers to
Oh, the one that Victoria Nuland suggested.
form an interim government by Tuesday. These latest developments follow the dismissal of President Viktor Yanukovych on Saturday.
And they removed Yanukovych, not following the constitutional procedures for impeachment.
Процедура импичмента не была соблюдена. Для этого должен был быть привлечен Конституционный суд, Верховный суд. Этого не сделали. И голосовать в парламенте должны были 3/4 депутатов.
The parliament of Ukraine consists of 450 deputies. The constitution of Ukraine requires at least a 3/4 majority to vote. In other words, 338 votes in favor of the impeachment, but only 328 deputies voted yes.
3/4 не проголосовали.
The U.S. State Department almost immediately said this was a legitimate government, and that was part of this effort to get regime change. Instead of trying to find some way to revive the February 21st agreement, where maybe you could bring back Yanukovych in some titular way, that became not a possibility anymore. Then you had eastern Ukraine resisting, you had Crimea wanting to break away, and things rapidly escalated.
Wow.
Voters will decide Sunday whether they'll leave Ukraine and join Russia.
The campaign with the slogan "Together with Russia" has the backing of Moscow.
The Crimea situation, the referendum, is also happening during this period very quickly.
Крымский референдум инициировали жители Крыма. Это была их реакция на попытки представителей Майдана устроить такой Майдан.
Okay, here we go. This is to validate what Blaster just posted. And keep in mind, hold this with a grain of salt because this is Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is not completely official, but they do have links, so you can validate them. Mirovrets, Ukrainian, it means peacemaker, is a Ukrainian Kiev-based website that publishes personal information of people who are considered to be enemies of Ukraine.
Oh my gosh.
Or as the website itself states, whose actions have signs of crimes against the national security of Ukraine, peace, human security, and the international law. The website was launched in December 2014 by Ukrainian politician and activist Gregory Tuko. Wow.
Unbelievable.
The site reflects the work of NGO, there it is, non-governmental organization, led by Roman Zaitsev, former employee of Luhansk Security Service of Ukraine. The website is allegedly curated by the Government Law Enforcement Intelligence Agency, the Security Service of Ukraine. That's the SBU, who's currently in some sort of civil war with the Special Forces group over there. It is insane.
Wow. Unbelievable.
And promoted by the advisor of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine, Anton Harashenko. That was the guy who was talking about Denis Kyriev being killed and saying that he was a traitor. In October 2015, he proposed to add a special section titled Putin's Crimes in Syria and the Middle East, dedicated for personnel of Russian military personnel in operation in Syria. Oh my God! So they have a doxing.
That's awful.
They have a doxing website. Holy shit!
That's awful.
I shouldn't even have doubted Blaster, because Blaster, his shit is all there. But you know me, I gotta be gotta be on the up and up there, listener. Sure. This is one of the premier sites on YouTube right now. I can't be misleading you people. Another controversy occurred in April 2015 when the website published the home address of Ukrainian writer Oles Buzina and former Victoria Rada parliamentarian Oleg Kalishnikov just days before they were assassinated.
Oh, that's sad.
They assassinated them. Unbelievable. Okay, so it's right. It's true. They have a doxing service. One of their members are in Parliament, who currently has a Telegram whatever, and they killed a couple high-profile people who they suspected of being Russian.
Крыму. Это не секрет, что население Крыма всегда было пророссийски настроенным.
Crimean authorities, sensing the mood of the populace, fully supported Viktor Yanukovych's decision to postpone the 2013 European Union Association deal and side deeper ties to Russia.
Does anybody contest this? I don't know enough about Crimea, but basically what they're saying is that Crimea is very, very Russia-friendly. Mm-hmm. So when Putin is saying, give us back Crimea,
they would
Crimeans are like, yeah, let's do this shit. Make us Russian. So if anybody can, I know Oscar's like, holy shit, he can't believe it.
I remember at the beginning, we saw the split of the two, like, where they were voting?
Yeah.
Crimea was part of one of them that, I don't know which one they were voting for, but that might have given us some information.
As the events in Kiev took their course, Crimean authorities issued a declaration, putting into words the fears of its people. Based on the will of the Crimeans who elected us, we declare that we will not give Crimea to extremists and neo-Nazis seeking to seize power in Ukraine at the cost of the blood of the country and its citizens. After the regime change in Kiev, rumors...
Okay, so the Crimean government says this is the will of the people. We're not going to give our country to neo-Nazis. Mm-hmm. Okay? I got to rewind that because I still want to validate that on YouTube.
Union Association deal and side deeper ties to Russia. As the events in Kiev took their course, Crimean authorities issued a declaration, putting into words the fears of its people. Based on the will of the Crimeans who elected us, we declare that we will not give Crimea to extremists and neo-Nazis seeking to seize power in Ukraine at the cost of the blood of the country and its citizens. After the regime change in Kiev, rumors began spreading in Crimea that the new authorities would be merciless to those that opposed them.
Oh my God, there it is again. Glory to you. There's a glory to Ukraine again. Okay, I think you're probably right. The glory to Ukraine thing is probably... Okay, Amy is saying that they had a referendum in March 16, 2014, and voted that they wanted to be part of Russia. Mm-hmm. Okay, so then Putin, again, here are Putin's four demands. One, give us back Crimea. They want to be in, want to be, I thought everybody was worried about national sovereignty and the will of the people.
Right.
They voted to be part of Russia. Okay, give us Crimea, recognize Donbass as an independent region, cease your military activities against us, and amend your policy for unconditional neutrality with NATO. All very, very reasonable, dear listener. We could end this war tomorrow. How come we're still fighting then? Wow.
And why was this banned from YouTube?
Correct. This video was banned from YouTube. Oliver Stone! Banned from YouTube. Holy shit.
Now, not in 2014 when it first got published there.
Of its people. Based on the will of the Crimeans who elected us, we declare that we will not give Crimea to extremists and neo-Nazis seeking to seize power in Ukraine at the cost of the blood of the country and its citizens. After the regime change in Kiev, rumors began spreading in Crimea that the new authorities would be merciless to those that opposed them.
Слава Україні!
This led to the pro-Russian demonstrations rejecting the new government in Kiev. On February 27th, the government buildings in the capital of Crimea were seized by pro-Russian protesters. The current Crimean government was dismissed, and the new leader, Sergei Aksyonov, was assigned as the leader of the Crimean Autonomous Republic.
У них, конечно, надежда была, и они обращались к российскому.
Okay, so they had their own little revolution and said, hey, we don't want any part of this. We're not going to do this Nazi shit. Because I think they're on an island. I think Crimea is probably an island, right?
Yeah, they looked like they were kind of separate.
Yeah, so they got their own kind of culture. They're like, yo, we're not going to sit here and fucking get ruled by Nazis,
Yeah.
bro. That's your fucking mind. No.
Yeah.
Surely they hoped that the government would protect them.
Руководству, чтобы их защитили.
On March 16th, the Crimean referendum
it's like
was
a
held,
peninsula, yeah.
and the people voted to leave Ukraine and enter the Russian Federation.
Okay! Right there. There it is. It just validated what Amy said.
The situation in Crimea is being presented as a Russian invasion. And again, nobody who looks at this seriously and looks at the poll numbers, some of the poll numbers done by the U.S. government agencies themselves, showing that the people of Crimea preferred being part of Russia. In the U.S.
Look at this. Look at Amy. Amy's on her shit. Hey, you guys can't fuck with Amy Lee forever, okay? Okay? You just can't.
Don't.
You can't.
Don't even
Okay?
try.
Don't even try. It's a peninsula populated by Russians, Tatars, and Ukrainians. Okay, yeah?
News media, it has all been presented as the Russians invaded, they then staged a sham election with people with guns at their backs. Somehow they faked the ballot boxes to get 96%
Ridiculous.
approval for,
97%.
rejoining Russia.
The idea of a referendum in Crimea is just quite simply unconstitutional.
It does raise questions on whether this vote really is free and fair, especially given the heavy...
Oh, okay, so when you're going around Molotov cocktailing, beating shit out of people, staging deaths, all types of crazy shit, having the president flee in the middle of the night with a fucking convoy going this way and his helicopter going that way, having an unconstitutional replacement government, that's okay. But when 96.7% of these people vote to go in and say, oh, well, we don't know if it's valid and we got to look at the minutiae of the Constitution. Unbelievable! The Western world is unbelievably arrogant. Unbelievably arrogant.
military presence in Crimea right now, Errol.
So that's how it's been sold to the American people. The reality is very different.
The atmosphere here certainly is electric. Thousands of people who've gathered in the capital Crimean city of Simferopol. All of this following a referendum held last Sunday in which the majority of people here overwhelmingly voted in support of being reunited with Russia.
Я бы хотел спросить, что такое демократия? Демократия – это политика, основанная на воле народа. Как выясняется воля народа? В современном мире с помощью голосования. Люди пришли свыше 90%, и свыше 90% проголосовали за присоединение к России. Нужно уважать выбор людей. Не подстраивать каждый раз под свои геополитические интересы, международное право и принципы демократии. У нас не было там никаких боевых действий. Там никто не стрелял.
That's kind of weird, though. Pause that. That's kind of weird that it's like a clear box and their papers aren't even folded. So, like, as they're dropping it in, everybody knows how they voted. That was a little weird.
Yeah, but that's their culture.
Yeah, it's
That's
still it. I don't know that necessarily makes people free to.
Yeah, but that's
like
how
you've
they
got people there manning the boxes. Like, I don't know. That's a little weird to me.
Yeah, but as he said, nobody killed anybody. I don't. I would be much more inclined to think that these Crimeans did not want to be dominated by Nazis if they maintained their Russian heritage. Because the Russians the Russians have more. The only people on the planet that have more of a right to fear and despise Nazis than Russians would be Jews. Those are the only people. Russians took such heavy losses when they were dealing with Nazis. So this makes sense to me.
What is described in the West as a Russian invasion of Crimea is, in fact, the presence of Russian soldiers in Crimea. Can you clarify that?
Российские солдаты в Крыму, как говорят, были испокон веков. Потому что база Черноморского флота была в Крыму.
As long ago as 1804, Sevastopol's naval base became the main military port of the Russian Empire on the Black Sea. During the Second World War, the heroic defense of Sevastopol lasted almost a year and took hundreds of thousands of lives. Therefore, the naval base in Crimea has a legacy of historical pride for the Russian Black Sea Fleet, as well as being of huge strategic importance.
Those of us alive back then remember when there were Soviet missiles put into Cuba, how frightened Americans were and how angry, and how we almost went to a nuclear confrontation over having weapons of that kind of destruction placed that close to the United States.
If the United States considers Cuba to be in its backyard, then Crimea lays at Russia's doorstep.
The consequences of a U.S. seizure of the base or a NATO base?
Очень тяжелые. Потому что сама по себе база ничего не значит. Но вот чтобы я хотел отметить один нюанс. Почему мы так остро реагируем на расширение НАТО? Нас беспокоит практика принятия решений. Я знаю, как принимаются. Когда страна становится членом НАТО, ей уже очень трудно сопротивляться давлению со стороны такой крупной страны, лидера НАТО, как США. И там легко может появиться все, что угодно. Система противоракетной обороны, и новые базы, и, если потребуется, и новые ударные комплексы. А нам что делать? Мы должны в этой связи предпринимать контрмеры, то есть ставить под удар наших ракетных систем те объекты, которые, по нашему мнению, начинают нам угрожать. Ситуация напрягает.
If we are attacked, we would certainly respond.
Знаете, мне кажется, я не всегда понимаю логику наших партнеров. Иногда складывается впечатление, что нужно держать в повиновении и наладить дисциплину в своем собственном западном, так называемом, атлантическом лагере. Для этого нужен внешний враг. При всех опасениях Иран на это не очень тянет.
I am concerned about the expansion of NATO. NATO has expanded into 13 countries, up to the borders of Russia. 13 countries.
Эта тема очень опасна.
Hey, you're being a Russian stooge here. Oliver Stone. I was told that Mr. Putin's a madman. He's crazy. Sound pretty rational to me. He sound rational? He sound like a madman to you?
No. He didn't sound like a madman at all.
Dear listener, I promise you, dear listener, who sounds more reasoned and rational, Vladimir Putin or Joe Biden? Who sounds more thoughtful to you, Vladimir Putin or George Bush? Did I say he was a good person? Nope. I think him and Obama are probably at the same level as far as intellect and ability to persuade. Okay? And arrogance, probably. But anybody that's trying to convince me that this dude is just a psychopath and he's crazy and he's all... I'm sorry!
It's not looking at all like I thought it was.
He's looking a lot closer to me like an Obama-type figure who's very charismatic, but also is extremely willing to defend his country and promote the interests of his folks and refuses to bend the knee to our country. That's what it looks like to me. That's what it looks like to me.
Это тема войны. Вообще, война между Россией...
cut. That was like a left hook. You know, is you fight a left-handed person, and you know
it's unexpected.
Yeah, it's unexpected. Everything's been so serious. My man, shout out to Biden. He's the president of the United States. Scripture says you shall not speak evil of a rule of your people.
Doesn't say you shouldn't say the truth.
I would have stuck for a law, but Mr. Biden says that Putin may have his tanks surrounding Kiev. He says Kiev because he wants to completely excise all Russians from the country. Putin may not be able to. Putin may be able to surround Kiev with tanks, but he doesn't have the hearts of the Iranian people. Then you saw what's her face? Who's the other one? Kamala.
Yeah.
You saw Kamala going, yeah. That was like when he said, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men." You know
the thing.
The black guy in the back was like, "Yeah, yeah."
But
God forgive me. God forgive me. All right, you continue. Okay, Lily, God bless you. I can't deal with you anymore. I love you, but God bless you.
Соединенными Штатами вообще это безумие.
Hold on, I missed that part.
Западном так называемом
Applejack distracted me with that shit. I missed that part.
атлантическом лагере. Для этого нужен внешний враг. При всех опасениях Иран на это не очень тянет.
I am concerned about the expansion of NATO. NATO has expanded into 13 countries, up to the borders of Russia. 13 countries.
Эта тема очень опасная. Это тема войны. Вообще, война между Россией и Соединенными Штатами вообще это безумие.
I agree.
In early spring of 2014, eastern Ukraine was also buzzing with protests against the new authorities in Kiev. This region, with the population close to Russia geographically and culturally, feared that the ultra-right leanings of the newly formed government would bring neo-nationalism to their lands. And they had their reasons.
Holy shit!
The status of the Russian language in Ukraine has been a stumbling block for many years.
Implementing Russian as a second state language was one of the main campaign promises of President Viktor Yanukovych.
In 2012, the Yanukovych government passed a law making it the second official language in the southern and eastern parts of Ukraine, the areas where the Russian-speaking population makes up a majority. Ukrainian nationalist groups initiated massive protests opposing the law. An observing viewer might see some familiar faces.
Here's Yatsenyuk. There he goes. More Nazis.
On February 23, 2014, the very next day after the regime change, the new government voted for an annulment of the official status of the Russian language. And even though later this decision was vetoed by the acting president, Alexander Turchinov, it still sent a message, and a powerful one.
That's why people are saying Kiev now, when all of us were taught that it was Kiev. Because Kiev is apparently the Russian way of pronouncing it. Kiev is the Ukrainian way of pronouncing it. And so all these people now are saying Kiev, because we're pro-Ukraine, not realizing that this is part of this Nazi purist, you know, there's no room for Russia now. I'm going to say Kiev because that's how I was taught it. And when you fought Zangief and he did a little body slam to you in Street Fighter, he'd say Kiev!
This alarmed the Russian-speaking cities of eastern Ukraine, and people took to the streets to show their disagreement. In response, pro-Maidan groups conducted their own demonstrations. When the two parties would meet, it was always tense, and eventually it led to tragedy. One person died and over 50 people were wounded in clashes during a pro-Russian march protesting the new government in Kiev. On April 6th, the Crimean scenario began repeating in eastern Ukraine, where protesters seized government buildings. And the next day, April 7th, they proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic. Kiev replied by announcing the beginning of an anti-terrorist operation in eastern Ukraine.
Wow.
By that time, the international media was screaming about a Russian invasion in Ukraine,
Russia could now be on the verge of invading Ukraine.
But strong words stayed only in the media. The Ukrainian authorities never announced a warlike situation. Why? IMF cannot give money to countries engaged in ongoing war. Petro Poroshenko.
Вы знаете, в большой политике, о чем бы ни говорили, все равно будут говорить о деньгах.
Too much money was already invested in Ukraine to stop halfway.
We've invested over $5 billion to assist Ukraine in these and other goals.
Okay, that's Victoria Nuland saying that shit. In these goals, so we gave them money. Look, there's a chevron on the back there. So wait, we invest. Oh, I gotta play that again, guys. I'm
Russia
sorry.
Could now be on the verge of invading Ukraine.
But strong words stayed only in the media. The Ukrainian authorities never announced a warlike situation. Why? IMF cannot give money to countries engaged in ongoing war. Petro Poroshenko.
Вы знаете, в большой политике, о чем бы ни говорили, все равно будут говорить о деньгах.
Too much money was already invested in Ukraine to stop halfway.
We've invested over $5 billion to assist Ukraine in these and other goals that will ensure a secure and prosperous and democratic Ukraine.
На развитие какой демократии?
No, I don't think it's like misgendering someone, because the person is choosing to be called, you know, a man or a woman. There are millions of Russians who are being metaphorically erased via the language. Kel, the Nazis who pushed for that knew exactly what they were doing. I don't know about this teacher friend of yours, but to completely pronounce this thing completely differently, purposely, the way these people have done in the media, is sending a message which once again ignores the literal millions of Russian people in Ukraine who are getting the finger from literally all of Western media. This is one of the subliminal ways people talked about microaggressions all through the Trump administration. In my opinion, this is a macroaggression. It's a form of Russian erasure, and I think it's really fucked up if we participate in it. Mm-hmm. I understand if you have a friend and your friend pronounces it as Kyiv, my question would be, why is it so important to you that I don't pronounce it the Russian way, considering I grew up that way the entire time? Again, there's a difference between your friend's personal opinion and what's happened systematically to Russian people in that area of Ukraine. We continue.
Тратились эти деньги. Как называли установление демократического режима? Я думаю, что это вот как раз тот.
Listen to this nonsense. You're not Ukrainian, it's not for you to say. My man, I didn't say it was for me to say. What I'm saying is I am not going to participate in the erasure of millions of Russian people. So you can't do this. You're not part of the group. No, don't you realize that the opposite is also true? You're not a Ukrainian Russian, so it's not for you to say then. Mm-hmm. I can do the same thing. What I'm saying is, if you pronounce it Kyiv, fine. I'm going to pronounce it Kiev. To put that on the same level as misgendering someone is you actively participating in erasing millions of Russian people as if they don't exist. And notice your response, Kel. You said you're not Ukrainian, which once again doesn't take into account the Russians that are there.
Exactly.
I know you're not doing that on purpose, because I don't know. I don't believe that you're doing that on purpose, but again, there's nuance in this discussion, guys. There's nuance in this discussion. And I wish you had some empathy for the Russian Ukrainians that are stuck in that Donbass region who've been killed to the tune of 14,000. Now, this guy doesn't know the 14,000 number because it's only 2016 when this is happening.
Obviously, the funds had to keep coming, and the conflict had to keep going. Getting more and more bloody and deadly.
Мы завалили все вместе.
Oh my God.
As parties from both sides were using more sophisticated and lethal weapons.
By the way, this is both sides. So the Donbass guys had sophisticated lethal weapons. I'm assuming they were given to them by the Russians. So this is clarity on my position on the Donbass side. I don't believe that the Donbass are just innocent civilians. I believe that they're outmanned and they're outgunned. But I believe, obviously, they're right on the border there on the eastern side with Russia. And so I'm certain they're being supplied with arms and men and munitions and training from the Russians. So they're not completely stripped of a capability to fight back. It's just that they're massively outnumbered for obvious reasons.
Господин Турчинов, который фактически начал войну, он несет огромную ответственность за это.
Correct! That's something that doesn't get talked about because Russian people are completely dehumanized in Western media. Mm-hmm. When Bashar al-Assad, Shaitan, supposedly, the Pharaoh of this Ummah, supposedly gassed his own people, we said, oh my God, he gassed his own people. This guy was aggressively going after and massacring his own people, but it never got portrayed in the media that way on the West. It got portrayed as the Russians are invading and he's killing, whatever.
Yeah.
Why? Because Russian people have been excised in the mind of Western people out of Ukraine.
Yep.
They've been completely excised out of Ukraine in our minds. And that's why I stopped and had the argument about pronouncing the term Kyiv or Kiev, because speech is an exercise that requires mentation. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. How come this guy has never been brought to justice for bombing his own people, and yet Hillary was telling Bernie that we need to start World War III because Assad was gassing his own people?
Он начал войну против собственного народа. Он послал войска в Донбасс. Они сделали то, чего не делал я. И они начали кровопролитие.
Jesus.
The world seemed too busy welcoming this new democracy in Kiev to notice what was being done as it spread its wings over the country. Many in southern Ukraine had been viewing the revolution with concern. And an anti-Maidan movement formed in the city of Odessa in early January 2014. The protesters set up their camp in front of the Trade Union House, a building which would soon become a monument to a massacre of its own. It's difficult to overestimate the importance of Odessa. It is strategically located on the Black Sea, and it's Ukraine's largest seaport. It's not surprising that Ukraine's new authorities were watching the situation unfolding there with growing alarm. More and more of Odessa's people were joining the anti-Maidan movement at the same time as events in eastern Ukraine were heating up. The new Ukrainian government didn't have the power to wage war on too many fronts. If Odessa were to join the growing uprising in the eastern regions, it would seriously complicate the situation. This rebellion had to be extinguished immediately.
See? Setting fire to a Nazi flag. Mm-hmm. This is what I'm saying. Ukraine is not this one giant monolith. Oh, Putin's invading Ukraine. This explains why Putin has been showing all this restraint in Ukraine, because it's very complicated. Mm-hmm. You got the Donbassians. They're not for this Nazi bullshit. Then you got these people over in Odessa. They're not for this Nazi bullshit. Mm-hmm. You got the Crimeans. They're obviously not for this Nazi bullshit. So he can't just go and just go, Rah! He can't do that.
Right.
What's up, Ozzy? Good to see you, buddy.
And at any cost. And that cost was high. On May 2nd, 2014, soccer fans flocked to the center of Odessa City for the Ukrainian championship match. Surprisingly, a great number of these fans who descended into Odessa just the night before also turned out to be fighters from the Maidan self-defense units, along with members of radical organizations from all parts of Ukraine. These fans, masked, armed, and shouting nationalist mottos, began disturbances in the center of the city as they marched to the anti-Maidan tent encampment, where they attacked. The anti-Maidan protesters sought shelter in the trade union house, but it was a trap. Maidan supporters started throwing Molotov cocktails into the building until it was engulfed in flames. People burned to death inside, or, trying to escape, jumped from the windows. Although a fire station was less than a mile away, it took almost half an hour for firefighters to arrive. When they finally did, the damage had been done. But here's an intriguing fact. Just a few days before those dreadful events, a messenger from Maidan, Andriy Perubi, made a visit to a...
Jesus. It is as if it were necessary before a reign of justice appears that everyone should suffer cruel retribution, some for their evilness and some for their lack of understanding. It's true. I said this to somebody. I was debating somebody. I said, these people, they burn these people alive. She said, it's a little bit more complicated. I said, what the fuck? I said, it's pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, it's horrific. Yeah. It's just more complicated. She said she didn't have the time for it. She's on for another 32 minutes. It's complicated. It's fucked up. But let's just continue. Let's just continue. This is all Putin's fault. Putin's crazy. So let me get this straight. This government that will murder their own people, set them on fire, murder heads of state, violate their own constitution, has a fucking website that doxes people so you can track them down and kill them. Vladimir Putin is insane to say, I don't want you guys to join NATO, and I don't want you guys to continuously be armed. What the fuck is that? What is Zelensky gonna do to these people? Zelensky's currently the president. These people have already demonstrated that if you don't do what we want you to do, we will murder you. Mm-hmm. The guy literally told a head of state, if you don't do what we say, all of you are gonna die in a room full of cameras.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that this is cool in the name of national sovereignty that a country like this gets to join NATO and gets access to all these advanced weapons and gets access to a limitless amount of United States dollars? Vladimir Putin is insane. The Russian people are insane. The Crimeans are insane. The Donbassians are crazy. The Odessans, crazy. All these people are crazy for saying we don't want these people to join NATO. Huh? This is a fucking travesty, these people. Unbelievable. Rest in peace to those people, man. Rest in peace to those people. Yeah, hold on, babe.
There was about 15 minutes left.
Yeah, there are people marching in Ukraine right now who are carrying pictures of a man whose group committed the Babi Yar massacre and name him a hero. Well, you're talking about Bandera, right? Hey, listen, the engaged few, are you talking about Bandera? Are people in Ukraine right now carrying pictures of Bandera?
Anti-Maidan protesters saw...
Hold on, honey, hold on.
Schuster Live. The news about...
Hold on.
But here's an intriguing fact. Just a few days before those dreadful events, a messenger from Maidan, Andriy Perubi, made a visit to Odessa.
So right now, these people are walking around still celebrating Bandera. It is currently the 12th of March. Bro, or sis, tell me what Google search to validate that, please.
Odessa. It's an interesting coincidence that some of the people he met with in Odessa were seen at the scene that fateful day.
Wow. Hold on, I gotta watch that part again.
Damage had been done. But here's an intriguing fact. Just a few days before those dreadful events, a messenger from Maidan, Andriy Perubi, made a visit to Odessa. It's an interesting coincidence that some of the people he met with in Odessa were seen at the scene that fateful day. But not everyone was mourning. On the popular political talk show Schuster Live, the news about the people burnt alive in Odessa was welcomed with a long round of applause.
Oh my gosh!
Пожарі в Одесі 15 граждан Росії, 10 із Придністров'я і ні одного одесита.
On its Facebook page, the right sector announced the events of May 2nd, a proud moment in national history. An official investigation into this sad event has been going on now for nearly 2 years, and it's yet to reach a conclusion. But it seems the experts had all the information they needed from the very beginning.
Звичайно, провокація була з сторони путінських бойовиків, які почали розкол української демонстрації.
Yeah, this is the same thing that Marco Rubio said after what's-her-face said that he said, are there chemical and biological weapons? And she said, well, there are facilities and we have materials and we're worried that and then you know what Rubio said right after that? He said, and aren't you 100% sure? Before it even happens, dear listener, he said, aren't you 100% sure that if something did happen, it would come from the Russian side? She said, oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, of course. I mean, they're Russians. Russians are incapable of doing good, and we are incapable of evil. So obviously...
It looks like Odessa really is a very important piece of real estate, as it was honored with a very special new governor appointed on May 30th of 2015. Mikhail Saakashvili, an old friend of the United States, born and raised in Ukraine's neighboring country,
look at this
Georgia.
shit.
A little hoedown there in Georgia.
A quick look at his biography gives one an understanding that he's been groomed for a special mission. Mr. Saakashvili received a U.S. State Department scholarship, and he worked for a New York law firm which represented the organization Kamara, a group that appeared earlier when we learned about the color revolutions.
We are dealing with democratic, bloodless revolution.
This is the Revolution of Roses, and this is Mikhail Saakashvili with Kamara, busy overthrowing the legitimately elected president, Eduard Shevardnadze.
Wow.
Remove the government by peaceful means. That's classics, you know, you're really European.
Soon after the Rose Revolution blossomed fully, Georgia announced its intentions to join NATO and plant fresh NATO military bases in the fertile soil right on Russia's border.
There it is again. There it is again. Seems like there's a consistent game plan. Overthrow the government, overthrow the democratically elected government, and then join NATO and push up right on the Russian border. And the Russians are supposed to sit back and say, hey, man, this is great. This is national hey, don't you believe in the self-will of Georgia?
Never ever we will give our freedom and independence. Never ever will give any piece of our territory.
Saakashvili's mission was accomplished, at least with his friends and NATO. The Georgian populace wasn't quite as happy, though. In 2007, they took to the streets to voice discontent, and Mr. Saakashvili responded with force.
Jeez.
The people's discontent grew. Saakashvili's party lost parliamentary elections, and the opposition took control.
He said this means that the parliamentary majority should set up a new government and me as the president, according to our constitution.
Mikhail decided not to wait for the results of the president's election and fled the country in October 2013. In 2014, Saakashvili refused summons to appear in court as a witness in several criminal cases. Later that same year, he was accused of misuse of power and embezzlement. Saakashvili wound up in the U.S., and soon his friends in Washington found him a new assignment. Mikhail actively supported Maidan, and very soon was rewarded with a high position in the new Ukrainian government. First as the president's counselor, and then as the governor of Odessa. The day before taking this position, he renounced his citizenship to Georgia the country of his birth and became a Ukrainian citizen.
Я навсегда останусь гордым гражданином моей гордой родины. Гордым гражданином моей гордой родины.
As they say, the battle is worth the blood, both literally and figuratively.
Я прекрасно знаю реальную цену реформ господина Саакашвили. Я прекрасно знаю то, что он на Украине на самом деле является частью проекта, который нужно осуществить Украине определенным силам.
Jeffrey Payet, the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, paid a visit to Saakashvili just a month after he took office in Odessa.
But as long as the Oblast administration is delivering results on Ukraine, you are going to see a steady flow of embassy and Washington visitors coming here.
The meeting was fruitful, and Jeffrey generous. No matter how well Saakashvili's job goes, it looks like he shouldn't be worried about his own finances. On his Facebook page, he posted an official document showing that the new governor of Odessa gets a pretty penny from Washington, almost $200,000 a year.
Wow.
For comparison, the governor of Maine gets $70,000 a year. So if Odessa became a new U.S. state, it would be at the top of the list.
Hey!
Mr. Saakashvili should feel right at home in his newly adopted country. He is best of friends with fellow color revolutionary leader Viktor Yushchenko, who's the godfather of his son.
Wow.
Губернатором Одесской области назначен бывший президент Саакашвили. Это просто плевок, оскорбление одесситам, да и всему украинскому народу. Ему не дали даже рабочую визу в США. Университеты, в которых его пытались трудиться.
You see him eating his tie? What the hell? What is going on? This shit is insane. Like this is what I'm saying, guys. We can win. Look at this fucking guy eating his tie while he's on the phone when he knows cameras are
Should
on.
feel right at home in his newly adopted country. He is best of friends with fellow color revolutionary leader Viktor Yushchenko, who's the godfather of his son.
Губернатором Одесской области назначен бывший президент Саакашвили. Это просто плевок, оскорбление одесситам, да и всему украинскому народу.
Look at this shit. Look at this fucking guy. We can beat these people. We can beat them. I'm not saying beat in the violent sense. I'm saying we can overcome them. This guy's fucking eating his tie. Biden's talking about Putin surrounding Iran by way of Kiev.
США. Университеты, в которых его пытались трудоустроить, не захотели его брать на постоянную работу. Значит, исполнять обязанности губернатора Одессы он может. А что, нет порядочных, профессиональных и способных выполнять такую работу украинцев?
Unbelievable.
A war, once launched, doesn't choose its victims.
We are just learning at this hour that Malaysian Airlines has now confirmed that it has lost contact with one of its planes.
Plane was indeed shot down by a missile while flying at a high altitude over eastern Ukraine near the Russian border.
298 revised number of souls on board, all feared dead.
It was a murder. It was a crime. There's been this odd nonchalance about pursuing the answers. There was a report, a very limited report, put out a few months after the event. But since then, they said the next report will be on the first anniversary of the event. But you deal with a criminal investigation before it becomes a cold case. So there's been this curious element of why is there not greater pressure from both the media and the Western governments to answer these questions.
But even without any answers, the fingers were pointed immediately.
That's not an accident. That is happening because of Russian support. Evidence indicates that the plane was shot down by a surface-to-air missile that was launched from an area that is controlled by Russian-backed separatists inside of Ukraine.
И, безусловно, государство, на территории которого это произошло, несет ответственность за эту страшную трагедию.
The Malaysian Boeing wasn't the first plane to play a significant part in American-Russian relationships. On September 1st, 1983, Korean Airlines Flight 007 from New York to Seoul via Anchorage was shot down by a Soviet interceptor aircraft over the territory of the USSR in the Sea of Japan.
There was absolutely no justification, either legal or moral, for what the Soviets did.
The tragedy of the Korean Boeing was considered a perfect occasion to demonstrate the NATO military power within dangerous proximity to the Soviets. On November 2nd, 1983, NATO launched Able Archer, a 10-day command post exercise simulating a conflict escalation, culminating in a nuclear attack. It was followed by placing Pershing II nuclear missiles in Europe. What Reagan didn't take into consideration was the paranoid overreaction of the Soviets. A recently declassified U.S. intelligence report shows that for the first time since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the world was that close to nuclear war. Just like in 1983, the Malaysian Boeing crash was leveraged against the enemy. A new wave of sanctions hit Russia immediately after the tragedy.
The United States is imposing new sanctions in key sectors of the Russian economy.
Almost a year and 3 months later, the Dutch Safety Board published a report.
Ladies and gentlemen, flight MH17 crashed because of a 9N314M warhead detonated outside the aeroplane above the left side of the cockpit.
The report didn't blame any specific group or person and estimated a very wide area of 320 kilometers as a zone from which the missile was fired. At the same time, the Russian producer of Buk missiles, Almazante, conducted its own independent investigation.
Результаты эксперимента полностью опровергли выводы голландской комиссии о типе ракеты и месте запуска.
During the experiment, they blew up a retired airliner with a Buk missile and came to the conclusion that the Malaysian plane was brought down by the older type of missiles, not used by Russia anymore, but still in the possession of Ukraine. The company claims that the missile was launched from the territory controlled by the Ukrainian military. One would expect that these controversial results would again stir up public interest in the investigation, but the tragedy of Malaysian flight MH17 had already played its role in the big geopolitical game. Therefore, it was soon forgotten. The goal was achieved. After the third wave of sanctions hit Russia, the tensions between the two countries skyrocketed. So the question presents itself. Are we truly witnessing the beginning of Cold War 2.0? And if so, what are our chances to survive at this time?
Okay, guys, here's an update. Here's an update on investigators say 3 Russians, Igor Gorkin, Sergei Dubinsky, and Oleg Polotov, and a Ukrainian, Leonid Korokenko, were fully responsible for shooting down the Malaysia Airlines plane. While they may not have fired the missile, they were responsible for it being in position. That was 22nd December 2021. So that was very, very, very recently. That's so there's 3 Russians and 1 Ukrainian shot down this plane. I don't know what the motive is. Does anybody have any intel on what the motive could have been or why? What motive would those individuals have for shooting down that plane? Former Russian spy. Hold on, because I want to talk about this. Former Russian spy takes accountability for downing plane. A former colonel in Russia's FSB security service says he takes moral responsibility for the 2014 downing of Malaysia Flight 17, but insists his men did not down the jet. Igor Gurkin was leading Russia-backed separatist forces in eastern Ukraine when the passenger plane was shot down and crashed in the region, killing all 298 people on board. Gherkin and 3 others have been charged in absentia by the International Court of Justice in The Hague. Gherkin says, as military commander in the region, he had indirect responsibility for the attack, but insists his forces did not fire the missile that brought the plane down. Galina Polyanska, Euronews' correspondent in Moscow, spoke to Gherkin on Wednesday following a report. Igor Gherkin just told me on the phone he feels more responsibility for downing the plane. He stressed he feels this responsibility only as one of the participants in military actions in the east side of Ukraine in 2014, one among all the others. I asked Gherkin if this moral responsibility that he feels could possibly mean that Russia was the one to blame. He refused to comment any further. If anybody else has any intel re that plane crash, I'd like to know. All right, guys, we're about to land a plane. There's 5 minutes left. Thanks for hanging out.
In 1947, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists introduced the Doomsday Clock. It represents a countdown to global nuclear annihilation. In 1953, during the height of the Cold War, it came its closest to midnight as the superpowers were creating massive nuclear arsenals.
This is the story of America's ever-expanding atomic weapons program.
As the world began to grasp the insane danger of nuclear warfare and took measures to control the arms race, the situation steadily improved. In 1991, the Doomsday Clock was at its furthest from midnight, 17 minutes. That time of hope was short-lived, though, as the world has become more and more unstable. But in 2015, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists moved the clock to just 3 minutes to midnight.
Today, unchecked climate change and a nuclear arms race resulting from modernization of huge arsenals pose extraordinary and undeniable threats to the continued existence of humanity.
The United States and Russia have embarked on massive programs to modernize their nuclear arsenals, undermining existing nuclear weapons treaties. The clock ticks now at just 3 minutes to midnight because international leaders are failing to perform their most important duty: ensuring and preserving the health and vitality of human civilization.
Wow. Wow. That's deep. That's crazy. It ends with the Christmas Carol, huh? Sounds like Jesus might be the way. All right, guys. All right. Here's the, this was in January 2022, the Doomsday Clock statement. 100 seconds to midnight. That's 1 minute and 40 seconds? 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the doomsday clock. I don't know all of what goes into it. Guys, here are some observations. Observation number 1. Anybody that tries to convince you that this is just a simple no-brainer of an issue on either side is either lighting you, lying to you, brainwashed themselves, or just uninformed. This is a massively complex situation with a lot of moving parts. That's number 1. Number 2, it is undeniable that there are Western forces at play that have used these multitudes of uprisings all across the world to line their own pockets. Our media, and now obviously our social media, triangulates with our government in order to convince us of ideas to justify certain actions to keep them rich, you at the edge of security and uninformed, and those people dead. Number 3, if you truly love Ukraine, then you will work in whatever capacity you have to denazify that country, because the far-right militia have been a bane to that country's existence at least since 1941. There is a heavy influence of Nazis in that government. Heavy. Anybody who tells you, oh, there's only 1% or whatever, are not being honest or practical. We have demonstrated on a multitude of occasions where organizations like NATO or PBS inadvertently, even when they're trying to celebrate Ukrainians and prop them up as these great warriors, inadvertently capture Ukrainian soldiers or Ukrainian elected officials either rocking Nazi gear right out in public or literally having portraits of the Ukrainian Adolf Hitler by the name of Stefan Bandera. Ukraine has named streets after Mr. Bandera, who was an avowed and obvious Nazi. They have erected statues of Mr. Bandera, who's an avowed and obvious Nazi. He was declared a hero of Ukraine in 2010, which was then revoked in 2014. There are multiple groups. Notice, Azov Battalion, I don't even believe in the entire hour and a half was even mentioned. This was in 2016. Prior to this, Azov was the only group I knew about. But there are multiple far-right, Nazi, nationalist, race purist, Ukrainian purist groups in that country who have significant power, influence, and control in their government, in their military, in their media. 5, we need to reassess internally the Russophobia that we have participated in. The erasure of Russian people and the will of Russian people in Crimea and Donbass and Odessa and Ukraine proper is something that is racist. That's racism, full stop. It is racist to pretend that the millions of people that are Russian descended and loyal to Russia and proud of their Russian heritage, etc., etc. It's racist to pretend that those people do not exist in Ukraine and that they haven't suffered horribly at the hands of far-right separatists in Ukraine. They have suffered They have a will. For example, the Crimean people have a will, and they've already told us what their will is, re Russia and Ukraine. And it is racist to dismiss those people, dismiss their suffering, and dismiss their own autonomy as far as where they want to go and what kind of government they want to experience. 6. The United States of America needs immediately to draft a UN resolution that says definitively that from now to time immemorial, that Ukraine is not going to be part of NATO. And I believe that what regular American people should do is that we should systemically work to get our politicians out, to get some serious pressure to disband NATO, period. Yes, I said it. And the first stage should be to walk back at least to the 1991 version of NATO. Walk back those 14 Baltic states in concert with assurances from Mr. Putin. Obviously, if Mr. Putin, people are going to say, well, he's going to be able to invade all these other countries. I don't believe that Mr. Putin has any desire to occupy these countries because he hasn't demonstrated that. Mr. Putin went into Georgia. Georgia was flirting with NATO. He went into Crimea. The Crimeans want him there to protect them from the Nazis. The Crimeans are Russian. They identify as Russians. So where is the proof that Vladimir Putin has designs? I'm not talking about it in rhetoric. I'm talking about in his actions. Where has there ever been proof that Vladimir Putin is going to invade some country unprovoked? Once again, NATO is a hostile, anti-Russian, and now Russophobic organization of Western powers dominated by the lone superpower in the world with almost an infinite flow of capital, which then they can convert into weapons, which gets converted into blood and dismembered bodies all over the planet. So to join NATO is to join a hostile military alliance on the border of Russia. There is no Russian president or elected official who is good with that. Not one. So what America needs to do is systemically go backwards. Stephen, if you say that a country that has an infinite flow of cash and weapons, joining NATO, you're saying that joining NATO is not a provocation. I'm sorry, I disagree with that thesis. My thesis is joining NATO with border countries to Russia are inherently an aggressive action that is provocation. I'm a Jesus follower. I don't believe in killing anyone, but I can completely understand as a non-Jesus follower why a person would say, fuck that. I'm going to do something before something happens to me. Furthermore, 7, the United States needs to cease and desist immediately from any sort of biolabs or whatever the hell we're doing over there in Russia. We removed a month previous all of our personnel. We should have removed all of the materials. The materials. We should have removed the materials as well. The United States voting populace needs to hold its leaders accountable for interfering with a democratically elected state and participating in uprisings that destroyed that democracy and armed Nazis who see themselves as the descendants of murderers in World War II who liquidated anywhere between 150 to 300,000 Jews. Not to mention the Poles and the other Russians that were there as well. 8. We need to reverse the sanctions against the Russian nation that is completely destroying the economy and wounding regular Russian people. As has been stated in this chat, Vladimir Putin is a rich individual. There is no sanction that's going to wound him. But if you, dear listener, are worried about gas prices here, I keep seeing these memes. Well, you could be a Ukrainian in a basement somewhere. You could be, and you should empathize with the Ukrainians. You know who else you should empathize with? You should empathize with Russians. You think that we as Americans have never experienced a sanction. We experienced recessions when capitalism fails us, but we've never experienced a sanction, the powerlessness of being bullied by another nation of which you cannot control, coming in and deciding your economic fate. You've never experienced that. So we have American privilege. We have Western privilege, and we need to recognize that. Our country, this economic warfare that we've waged against regular Russian citizens, where their Twitter profiles are destroyed, and their Twitch profiles are destroyed, and their PayPal is frozen, and Visa and MasterCard will freeze them out simply because they're Russian and nothing else, is racism. We need to reverse that for the sake and the health and the well-being of Russian people. But prior to that, what needs to happen is Mr. Vladimir Putin needs to take every single boot in the ground out of Ukraine, and he needs to stop the killing immediately. And if he has a legitimate target by schools and hospitals, he should allow the Ukrainians to get that chess move and take it as a win and take it on the chin. Even if they're legitimate. If the Ukrainians put howitzers and ICBMs and all the rest of it by schools and churches and hospitals, Mr. Putin needs to take that as a loss and allow it, even though militarily speaking, it is madness. If that is what is happening. He needs to cease and desist his military actions. He needs to pull out of Ukraine. But prior to him doing that, you know what needs to happen? Number one, Crimea needs to be recognized as part of the Russian Federation. Number two, the Ukrainians need to stop their aggressive actions against the Russians, including their propaganda campaigns, especially propaganda campaigns against us. Number three, they need to recognize Donbass and sign a Minsk Accord Part 2 or something like that. Number four, they need to draft an amendment to their constitution immediately, stating that they will never join NATO, and that it was horrible for them to do so. Furthermore, the United States should support Ukraine in helping them rebuild. Number one, Ukraine by itself is a very, very poor country. And number two, surely this war has cost them economically and structurally on a practical level. So the United States, as well as the rest of the world, should economically support the Ukrainians until they can get back on their feet, under the condition that the Ukrainians draft a constitution amendment to ban Nazism from their country and eliminate all memorials and celebrations of Mr. Stefan Bandera and the rest of those folks. All the Nazis in government need to be excised, and they need to hold their own tribunals for war crimes from these Nazis and get them out of their nation. And once that has been done sufficiently to the satisfaction of, let's say, the UN, then we can reinstitute aid and comfort to the Ukrainian people, but not before then. Now, if the Ukrainian people are proud people and they say, no, we want Stefan Bandera, he's a hero of Ukraine, and we want these far-right Nazis, and we like doing the Sieg Heil, then that is their decision, and we should respect their national autonomy, and then they should get not a single cent extra from us, ever. The Ukrainians need to denazify themselves. As St. Paul said, if we had judged ourselves, we would not be judged along with the world. It is not Vladimir Putin's job to denazify another country. And nobody on the planet Earth believes that Vladimir Putin has been convicted by the spirit of love, freedom, and democracy, and then he woke up one day and said, holy shit, I need to denazify Ukraine. Nobody believes that. You know who really doesn't believe that? Vladimir Putin. So it's not Putin's role to denazify Ukraine. It is Ukraine's job to denazify Ukraine. And if Ukraine demonstrates that they don't want a new Ukraine that is denazified, that is their prerogative, but we should not send them a single dollar. I work really hard, dear listener. I pay my taxes. There's lots of ways for people in my situation to dodge taxes, but currently I refuse to do them because I want to pay my fair share. But I'm starting to question things because I'm pro-life and I am against Nazis. I don't like my money, my hard-earned money, going to Nazis. I don't like that. That's what should happen. These are all solutions. These are all solutions. Finally, I will say, American citizen, we cannot watch this hour and a half or 4 hours that we've all spent together. We can, if you're watching this and judging Putin, judging the Nazis, judging the American government, then you've missed the point. In all those situations, it was regular people who allowed themselves to be brainwashed and influenced by evil people, a very small evil minority. There's one neo-Nazi guy standing up there influencing a bunch of people on the ground. Dear listener, the entire point of this entire exercise is for us to realize we are responsible, whether by our apathy or our hypocrisy. Some of you neoliberals, you're in the chat right now. Think to yourself. You're not going to say it to me because your ego's too large, and that's okay. I don't need you to say it to me because, quite frankly, it doesn't matter if you say it to me. But dear listener, dear neoliberal, go watch videos of yourself for the last 5 years. Go look at the comment section from videos 4 or 5 years ago. I was reviewing some of you. Some of you were self-righteously talking about how you hated Trump because he was a Nazi. And the only thing you could point to was a silly Unite the Right rally. Now you got actual Nazis. Real Nazis that have a Nazi heritage. Not cosplaying silly American spoiled children whose fathers fought and died and killed Nazis. These people's fought Jewish mothers were digging their teeth out for the gold and taking wedding rings and all the rest of it. Massacring them, telling them to show up at the square at 10 o'clock so they could gun them all down. You! I'm talking to you! Why are you so vocal about Trump and now you're looking the other way with these horrible people? Why are you throwing out silly things like, oh, well, Azov Battalion is 1%? You say, well, I didn't know. Well, how come you didn't know? Guys, if we don't truly inform ourselves and we don't hold ourselves to a pattern of consistency on this, we are always going to be led astray by these people. This is on us. We elected Bush. We elected Biden. We elected Obama. Speak. Everybody across the board is telling us the same thing in the mainstream media, and most of the silly people on YouTube telling us all the same thing. How much of this video did you not know? We have got to hold ourselves accountable. Your position should change as information is given to you. That's a scientific method. It's too comfortable to constantly blame all these people when you can vote. If you vote and you speak out and you tell the truth, and some of your friends are going to call you a Russian, some of you are so soft. Some of you are so soft that if your friend calls you a Russian puppet, you're going to shut up. You want to be cool with everybody. Guys, these evil motherfuckers knew how to use rhythm. They knew how to use music. They even know how to use how you pronounce a certain word. They know that all of that goes into the zeitgeist and affects how people vote, how people think. Look in your heart. Are you hardened to Russian people? Do you believe that Russian people can tell the truth? Do you believe that maybe there's something else that you're not being told? Are you brave enough to post this documentary? Not this fucking video of my commentary that's too long. Just the raw video itself. Are you brave enough to post that? Or are you worried about how people are going to treat you at work on Monday? Easy for me to say. I know that. Nothing is going to change if we don't change. Especially if you're an American, guys. If you're an American, there's a quiet, symbiotic agreement that we have with our leaders. Man, just keep me comfortable. Somebody figure out how to get these gas prices down, and I will fucking close my eyes to all the fucking corruption that we've been doing for the last 20 years. Just fucking, man, just make sure, man, like, get gas down to like $2, right? Just get it down to $2. Fucking bomb the shit out of this fucking Afghanistan. Man, fuck those people in Afghanistan. Fuck them. Fuck Iraq. Fuck North Africa. Fuck it, man. Just make sure that my life, my neoliberal fucking white fucking HBCU, Hotep, fucking suburban paradise. Just make sure none of that shit gets troubled. Just keep me comfortable and you can fuck up the rest of the planet, bro. We're responsible. Last thing I'll say to that is that's the best news in the world. The fact that we're responsible is the best news in the world. I got a 2-year-old. And if my 2-year-old goes around and makes a mess in the house and all the rest of it, you kind of look and say, oh, Ryan, hey, pick up this Lego. Fact of the matter is, he's a 2-year-old. I don't really hold him responsible. I also have a 16-year-old who's running one of our businesses, doing a damn good job at it. And if he makes a mess, I say, Dorian, what the fuck are you doing? Because with all that power, all that responsibility means that he has the power to affect change and do things differently. So yeah, we're responsible for all the shit we're complaining about. That means we've got the power to affect things differently. Some of you have the political acumen to join a local political action committee that you have. Some of you guys are organizers. You can organize and get people going. Some of you are not. Fucking post something truthful on Facebook then. Confront somebody who is putting out this Zelensky Captain America bullshit. Confront them gently. What did Muhammad say? If you see evil, undo it with your hands. If you can't undo it with your hands, undo it with your words. If you can't undo it with your words, undo it with your thoughts. That's wise. That's wise. We've got people running the world who eat their ties on camera and forget the Declaration of Independence. These are the people running the world. They're not invincible. We can vote them out. We need to make this a condition of election. Our foreign policy is fucking crazy right now. And it's been crazy. All right. All right. It's the best I can do. It's the best I can do. Let me look at these super chats because I don't want to sell you guys short. Makes you think government was calling everything Nazi to weaken its power so that we can see actual Nazis, we'd be okay with it. Correct. I call that Nazi fatigue. I call that Nazi fatigue. They villainize Putin, and simultaneous to that, they completely watered down what the term Nazi meant, so that by the time this nonsense started, you had Putin as a villain, and now you don't really care what a Nazi actually is. Your government did that. They know what they're doing. Your government knows what it's doing. But we're smarter than them. I do believe we're smarter than them. All right, guys. You know what to do. Much love to everybody. It's been 4 hours and fucking 40 minutes. You guys are warriors. I love all of you. Honestly, I do. All of you who are disagreeing, great. I love it. Thank you, everybody, for keeping it respectful. The name calling, I thought, was at a minimum or nothing at all. And I really appreciate that from all you guys. We are not each other's enemies. We're not each other's enemies. We have enemies, but we're not each other's enemies. We're each other's solutions. I'm a Christian. I believe that Jesus, this is the reason that we need a Savior. This is the reason we need a Savior. This is the reason we needed somebody to die for us, because we set each other on fire. And then we clap about it. You see all those nice, well-adjusted Ukrainians clapping for those people that got set on fire? Yeah, we need a Savior. And we need a new world. And I know the hearts of a lot of you that you're invested in building a new world. And I believe we're going to win. We're going to win. We are going to win. For sure. All right. I'm out of here. In the meantime, love your neighbor, take care of each other. Middle America, we are the media. Till next time, guys.
This